All right. Think we're live. Let's just double check, make sure sound is good.
Should be.
Nice.
Testing, testing.
Yep, I can see everybody.
Hello.
Welcome,
I
welcome.
can see Ruby pointing at the bolt orange.
Yes. Oh no, it went away. Keep it up.
Damn, that's funny.
Uh,
We
I
lost the
I
feed.
I absolutely love the Ruby pointing at the thing in the background. But
Yeah.
welcome everyone to episode 6 of the Across the Horizon podcast. Thank you guys for half of a year of putting up with our jink and us just nerding out about random stuff. This is going to be the episode for October. So spooky times and a lot of interesting things happened, and it's also a follow up for last month's where we had a very special guest, Mal, and we were talking world building. This month we have another special guest, a let's just say a fellow guild member, Jordan, who I has the unfortunate duty of knowing me IRL, but also is a fellow game master and a TTRPG enjoyer and nerd and basically overall idiot like the rest of us. Hello, Jordan.
Hello, everyone.
Nice. We also have um, coming out from behind the shadows and from behind the scenes, done a lot of work for us. Mega, welcome, Mega.
Hi. Hi, hi.
We have Frax and Solze who've been here before, and my
Unfortunately for you all.
What?
for real on God,
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah, I didn't
and
say it.
and of course myself, Rain. As anyone is concerned, DM, librarian, and the person who's kind of put this idea together with the help of all of you guys here to create the podcast. So, without further ado, I just want to go over real quickly our quick schedule while we have Ruby in the background doing some of her building, and we can enjoy that as we kind of do some the early kind of things. So as normal, we usually like to start off with our news. Then we're going to talk about what's up, what we've been playing this month. Talk about some interesting things that came out this month, things that we've been messing with, some accolades, just overall. And then our main topic again is going to be a follow up to last month, which was world building, and kind of like backstories, world building, maybe even some tools that we use, some strategies, and some like thoughts and notes on how to better kind of accumulate or how we do our world building. Nerd says the nerd in the chat. So, um, hello, Mel.
Hello.
I see you've challenged us to a war of words, so I shall join in.
I've been
And
told that nerds are delicious.
there is my, of
I do
course, very
love nerds.
there's my
Like nerds
very
rope too. Oh yeah.
yeah, no you. There is my very thought out and
Ma-
response.
Makes me
Damn.
wish I had poop. Very well articulated.
As
Really
Ultra
got
I
him.
hardcore.
it's a nat 20 on my charisma there. Um so without further ado, let's kind of go into some news. Um and we'll kind of talk over some things that happened this month. We'll probably interweave some of our videos of things that pop in, as well as kind of go back to Ruby from time to time. And I think we're going to start off. I believe Frax, you had some interesting things you wanted to bring up. So the floor is yours. Feel free to take it away.
Yeah, the very big happening in the gaming space of the month was, of course, the Pokemon Terra hack, as they call it, like the successor to the Giga hack. Because this is not the first time that Game Freak has been hacked. Just last time it wasn't as big. This time, someone somehow got into the internal systems of Game Freak and got just about everything. Um, like as far as they've release things, it was really everything. Unfortunately for them, that also included pretty much all of their employee records, past, present, contractors. So that is a serious, like more than just data theft, criminal element to this. But actual dangerous crimes aside, there was a lot of interesting information for people like Pokemon in there as well, because he got, or they got, some old builds of all the games like Heart Gold and Soul Silver, but even back down to the third generation PC builds of some of the games, because a lot of people don't know this, but even console games get compiled on PC during development just to easily see if the thing works that you just coded, so you don't have to completely move it to console and all of that. So these are obviously not stable builds, but it's cool to see them. Aside from that, yeah, beta designs for a lot of Pokemon, scrap designs, lore that never got released or was scrapped. Hard to tell because it's just like they don't say what the purpose is. Meeting notes, which is kind of sad because it means we have a lot of quotes on even the executives at Game Freak, but it did show them in a fairly positive light. Like the ones I read, for example, were about the handling of Ash's departure from the anime. They were extremely considerate towards the fans in that one, towards the character. So my usual impression of executives is not that good, but they were very nice about it. What else was there? The leaker did say that he had like the upcoming designs of Pokemon, like the next generations. But he wasn't showing those because he didn't want to go to jail for sure. Which is definitely a statement to make because I believe after releasing all of those employee records, he definitely would go to jail. But says something about IP lawyers, I believe. um, yeah, that's the most of it. Like there was a lot of cool information in there. I still feel sorry towards the developers though, because I imagine a lot of that they did want out or they wanted to reveal themselves, and it's like every leak they don't get that chance now. But yeah, that made the rounds. It was definitely an event.
I was only aware of it because of the more unsavory topics in the in the league that people weren't
Yeah,
aware of before this
yeah.
leak happened.
Typhlosion may never recover.
Wasn't there more of like not like a wholesome, but like an actual, like, this is kind of world building. This is kind of like
No,
this is
well,
So
that's the
yeah,
thing. That's the thing. They were actually written like that, at least for the most. I'm not entirely sure, but the one that like people
yeah,
keep referring to was actually written by like a real Japanese myth.
Yeah, it's like there were folktale stories that like that's supposed to have some semblance of truth in the world, and people just heard just latched on to like the really big thing, and and that's what took off.
yeah. People kind of heard the Pokemon version of the real story, well, the real life legend first, and they were like, "Oh wow, that's messed up." The thing with real world mythology is it is messed up. Like we made some really nasty fairy tales. Like the sanitized Disney version you hear of some of our fairy tales is really cool and stuff, but the original ones are brutal.
Yeah, Cinderella, try Ash Puddle. That one was gruesome.
I mean, aren't
The Little Mermaid, where she turns into sea foam at the end.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I mean, aren't fairy tales just the kind of like stories to kind of scare children into like, don't go into the forest, or
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the one about the witch with the candy house, like Hansel and Gretel. That one was meant to warn against a certain disease that was infecting wheat crops. Like it gave,
What?
yeah. The one of the symptoms is that it gives you vivid hallucinations, and it kind of spirals from there.
I never
Interesting.
heard that before.
Yeah, the original one, I'm not gonna tell it here because I'm pretty sure that Twitch would not allow that, but it involves a lot of messed up shit like cannibalism and several murders.
Oh
And
my goodness.
yeah, it's a fairy tale. Like
Yeah.
The medieval Germans told this to their children before bedtime, and then they had a wonderful night's rest.
I mean, medieval Germans, I can believe it.
Yeah, it's like the
Modern
same
Germans
thing.
at that point too.
Yeah.
but it's really just like the same thing like we do with like our nursery rhymes and fairy tales. That's what this was doing.
Yeah.
And like for those like who are like really deep into Pokemon lore, like the aspects they touch upon like were already revealed in prior games.
Yeah, they've done that a lot. They've often alluded to adaptations of Japanese myths and tales. Like I believe Gen 4, but in particular, is full of them because that one
Oh, yeah.
really goes all in on the mythology.
Like the Jedvor is what really brought the creation myth into
Yeah.
the series.
That's also one of the things we got from the leaks was like a fully written out version of the Pokemon structure of the universe and the actual complete creation myth, because none of that is canon at the moment because it was never officially released. So but it's cool to see the plan they had for it, like the entire picture they had in mind, including funny stuff like Magikarp being a descendant of the gods.
Mm,
I love that.
Yeah.
that's amazing.
My little splashy boy.
I love that for the longest time, Pokemon Go. A couple of the places where I live, some of the actual like gyms were being protected by Magikarps, like really powerful Magikarps.
I
And I'm just
love
like,
that.
okay, now you're just trolling. That's amazing, but that was fun. That craze was I enjoyed it. I mean, I'm sure people still play
Yeah.
it. Back in the day, I actually would go with a group of people for my job, and this was before the library, back in my day, and so
Oh
But,
no.
I
but
remember.
nowadays you need to Pokemon go to the polls.
No,
oh
no.
my god,
Not again.
I
She's not wrong though.
was kidding.
Yes, like, seriously.
I
But
was-
that's for not this type of podcast.
Yeah, no.
please.
It
I was
also
gonna say,
harkens back to one of the old hoaxes, because like back in the olden days of Pokemon, there used to be this hoax that if a Magikarp you splash like 100 times in a row, the 100th one would deal a massive amount of damage, which wasn't true. It's a useless move, but it was a funny hoax. Pokemon had a ton of those.
hmm,
I think you broke Ruby Solzy. Good job.
Good.
So
I have to be a little shit in a different way than Praxis.
Yeah, I'm a big shit.
man, Frax is a big shit. I don't know what you're talking about. So yeah, interesting. I mean, was a super interesting news story, and it was a huge leak. But we'll see how things happen, if things change or if they continue going on with their plans or whatever.
As far as as I've seen, they will just continue as planned with most things, because for future projects, not that much was leaked. Just a few of the TV projects, but I'm not going into specifics for that because,
yeah,
well, all
we
of
don't
that
want-
is huge spoilers. Like, yeah, they're working on TV stuff. I support that for you. Surprise, they're not quitting.
yeah, and I mean, and it's interesting you mentioned that they were like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna show the future generations because I could get arrested, but then they had all the employee records.
Yeah, I swear this says something about IP law. Like, IP lawyers will absolutely obliterate you.
It's
Criminal
also
lawyers, they'll try, but it's just crime.
yeah,
It's just cry.
I mean,
it's
as long as you don't, as long as you don't touch the IP.
it's also a fundamental image of just like, oh, Nintendo cares more about its Pokemon than its employees. I know that's not what it is, or
No,
maybe I
no.
don't know.
Yes, it
But
is.
it's not. It's
Still
not
Yes, it is.
I think it's more like they leaked they,
I was
they
trying
leaked
to
the
be
records. They leaked the records, which is Game Freak's problem and not Nintendo. And Game Freak is not as big as Nintendo. If they leak
Pokemon.
the
Yeah, Nintendo gets involved. Yeah, you're totally right,
yeah,
Jordan. It is.
Yeah.
100% agree.
and Nintendo
It's
will
not
go
that
nuclear.
it's not that like Nintendo cares more about the Pokemon than their employees. It's more that the Nintendo's lawyers care more about the Pokemon than the employees.
Yeah, I mean that's literally their job. They're not involved
Yeah.
in
Well, you see, the
suing.
Pokemon make money. The Pokemon make money, and the employees don't.
This is
But the
true.
employees make
Pokemon
the
make money.
Pokemon.
The employees take money.
Oh, we got a care package from Mal.
Oh no, no, I gotta stretch it. I
Okay.
don't have a drink. I'm gonna get a drink. I can
I
keep
just got-
talking though. I got my headset on.
A
So,
wrestler's last thoughts should be of
yeah,
Ohio.
yeah, that's interesting news.
Mhm.
Anything else you would like to add, Fred, on this? Frax on this?
Well, I think the meeting notes personally were the most interesting part because a lot of that is conversations between like the lead designers and the lead coders and stuff, and it gives a good insight into how they discuss the development. And like a particular one that I found interesting was how they handle fan-made Pokemon because like there's 5,000 examples out there of fan-made evolutions. And like one of the conversation was that for Gen 6, they actually planned to make a flying type EV, but the design they came up with resembled the fan mates too much, so they went, we'll wait with that one for later, if ever.
Mm.
So like, they actually do look at Fakemon and keep that into account when they make stuff. Because they do want their own work to be original. Like you could think that's a copyright thing as well, but they were like no lawyers were involved in that conversation, and they never even mentioned it. It was purely a we want to make something unique thing,
Okay.
which was pretty cool. And there's other stuff like cut features that was interesting, like experiments they tried. Like at some point in Gen 6, for Gen 6, I actually tried a lot of weird stuff. They had like a dynamic camera that really moved the camera around the battlefield as you fought, which looked really cool, but they ended up not using it. I think they might have sort of adapted that for Pokemon Legends Arceus. It did look kind of similar.
Mm.
But yeah, no work is ever truly trashed, you know. Yeah, and then all the miscellaneous stuff about Gen 6, like that one was supposed to have a completely different villain at first. Like the old king guy was supposed to be the actual villain at some point. The entire southern part of the map was a thing. That's pretty cool. Like Kalos is based on France, and like the southern coast was also going to be in the game originally, but they cut it out because well, it was a lot and it didn't add that much, which is fair.
It's also really interesting because it makes you think like so this was fairly not innocent. Like the leaks didn't have anything like super spicy or anything. It was kind of just like, oh yeah, they're working on games. So
Yeah, it's a game developer. They're making games. Surprise.
it'd be really interesting if they leaked if they leaked something like I don't know, like Activision or like Ubisoft or whatever. It's just like it would be really interesting to see the satanic Puff Daddy rituals that are
Yeah.
happening behind the scenes there. Also, it's the only time that's my number one. That's my one getting something crazy. Nothing was mentioned. I like sugar puffs. No one mentioned anything bad. We're not getting banned. Anyway, but, you know,
No, yeah, you're absolutely right. Like in all of those internal communications, and I'm pretty sure that the hacker actually got most of them. There was no trace of anything Activision Blizzard like or Ubisoft like, which is very good on them. That means they're running a good ship there.
yeah. Also, yes, Morgan did also contribute to the care package. Good catch. So shake my fist at Morgan. Um,
Yeah,
but
Morgan
yeah,
did hydrate parts.
yeah. So cool stuff. Definitely look forward to that. Once we do the news, I'll have a couple of announcements of things that we have that I personally want to do and have planned. But we'll kind of go through. Actually, you know what? I'll bring it up if it's okay with everyone. I'll kind of bring up one of the things that and this doesn't. This is just really going to be really quick. But at some point, we at the ATH, or at least I know I want to create kind of like a vlog or a website for the ATH itself, which will have copies of the articles that the members themselves might have written up, some of the notes for the podcast, maybe even like notes for session for things that I run or whatever. or any kind of like roundtable discussions or just kind of interviews or whatever it is that we do. So I know we have some notes from a partner supporter of the podcast today that we'll kind of go over later. But things like that, if if the people are okay, maybe even just like screens or copies of like screen grabs from even like Ruby doing the whole Hero Forge thing. So we basically want to kind of create a community type of a thing, and we'll see about doing that in the future. So it would be really nice to kind of and seeing some write-ups from some of us, or just people just kind of bringing it up, or if there's a topic that you guys are interested in and we don't go too far into it, we'll provide the link so you guys can kind of see it. Not that like it's not hard to find it anyway, but sometimes, I mean, I'm sure some people didn't even know about like the Pokemon leak, and then all of a sudden like, oh, I'm interested in it, and then we'd have like somewhere where you can kind of click and then kind of get some curated uh content that you can like read and get connected to. So
I first heard about the Pokemon leaks. I kept hearing Pokemon League. I'm like, sure, what about it? Great topic. Great.
Uh,
Oh.
that is definitely something that I am looking forward to. Especially when there are pretty big like news months,
Mhm.
like when a lot happens and we actually need to like write things down to gather our thoughts. That's when that's going to be very useful, I feel.
Yep. And like I know the other month we did trading encounters. It'd be really cool in the future to when we do that, I can post up the JSON of the map and the creatures that we created, whatever, if somebody's interested in importing it into Foundry, and even some of the details or whatever we make, we can when we do things like that in the future. So because we did I did have a blast doing that, and I kind of want to keep um doing things like that where we kind of went over Foundry and just decided, hey, let's make a vampire encounter in a church on the second floor type. Like we were making all sorts of interesting things. So it'd be really cool to have uh, that information available if someone wants to, like, hey, I want to pull this map and these creatures and use it in my adventure, or just get inspiration from. So um anyway, leading on, um I'll go through mine really quickly to kind of give everyone else if they have some news, and if not, we'll continue forward for what the month. Because mine's pretty quick. I kind of wanted to bring it up, and mine's going to be specifically the No Man's Sky news that I saw this month. I thought it was pretty wholesome, and I thought it was kind of like a really refreshing um, little article that I read. The article that I read was that a new No Man's Sky dev fixed a fan's 600 plus hour save because when a player puts that much into our game, it deserves the engineering fix. So, and basically, what ended up happening for this. As many of you guys know, No Man's Sky was a game that when it came out didn't have the best reception. The developer
Yeah.
basically kind of oversold a lot of the features, which, mind you, are now part of the game. But he was super kind of like, hey, this thing can do everything and can make you toast. So like, he kind of went above and beyond. Unfortunately, it still can't make you toast.
Oh,
But
yes, you can. There's a very easy guide for that. You put the graphics to max on the
Oh.
shittiest PC you can find, and then you put breath in there.
There you go. So anyway, what ended up happening is there was a Twitter post because someone had put in um, like 600 plus hours into the game, and they were getting a kind of like a graphical error where like their graphics were flickering, and it was something that that just specifically to them, that if they went back and they made a new save or played a different save, it wasn't happening. So it was specific to that save file. So the developers saw that and saw that it was something that was affecting that so he actually took time and actually downloaded the save file, reproduced the issue, put out a fix on his own to hit fix with the flickering, and then because he did that, the fix actually trickled down, and actually was a engine bug. So it actually supposedly is going to be helping with performance and whatever for like consoles and other players. And it ended up being something that was useful, but that was not the intention. The intention was figuring out what's happening and fixing it for the person so that they didn't have this weird flickering. And the developer posted like the before and after pictures or videos of it, and it was nice. It was nice to see that like a developer took time out of their busy work schedule, because I mean that game keeps getting updates constantly. Took time out of their work schedule to fix something, and I think that's something that's kind of been missing in gaming recently. The the interaction between players and developers has kind of become a bit more toxic over the past few years. Players immediately always assume the worst, throwing out terms and whatever and saying, "Oh, this developer is such and such or whatever," or they hate this or whatever, and then developers firing back and saying, "Well, players are stupid; it's their fault," or if it's if you don't like it, don't buy it. So then people don't, and the game fails. Concord. So, you know, so there's this like animosity between like almost like they're against each other, and I think that goes against the spirit of gaming. And it's nice to see something refreshing where a developer just like, you know what, you put a lot of effort into this game, I'm gonna help fix your problem. And then also get rewarded for it because, oh yeah, this problem is actually something that I can reproduce. It's going to help a lot of other players. I'm going to push out this fix.
Yeah, it's really
so-
cool.
so,
Mm.
yeah. I want to see more of that. I want to see.
Yes.
I know, like Paizo does a lot of that when it comes to feedback about um, Pathfinder Second Edition. And I
Oh
know
boy, is it time?
it's about to. And Frax, you said like Blizzard has been taking feedback and been doing a lot better recently, so that's always good to see.
Yes.
So
Before I miss my chance to, I would like to talk about Dragon Ball Sparking Zero.
go
We've
for
been
it.
going off, yeah, we've been going off on a pretty big spiel, but I just want to quickly touch on it.
Go for it.
Like like everyone, well, I wouldn't say everyone knows, but like a lot of people like know that Dragon Ball Sparking Zero has made like a pretty major splash, and not just like the gaming space, but like especially like the fighting game space. Like, and it's like and it's interesting to me because like there are talks about people wanting to push this to the esports scene, which is like if you know anything about like this series and like where it comes from, it's like sort of like wild because Sparking Zero and like its framework comes from like the Budokai Tenkaichi series, which is like which were very just like casual fighting games that was made for Dragon Ball simply to like simply to it was basically like you're smashing two figurines together in like a play fight, and like the developers didn't care anything about like how balanced the game was. It was all about like the spectacle and that things looked cool, and it was only really built for local multiplayer. And so to see how that's progressed now is like so amazing to me, because like now like they've really taken like the things they've learned from all the prior Sparking series, all the prior Budokais, even like Xenoverse and Fighter Z, and they're like really like running with it. And so this game has like a lot of customization for not just like a character, but you can build your own teams of characters now. And that that just adds like an extra dynamic to these fights, I feel.
I just
And
saw
so,
the
like,
trailer, 182 characters, and you make a team. It's just so many combinations.
yes. And like the fact that's like you don't see that. You don't see like a commercially viable like esports fighting game with that many characters, because you can't have that many characters with the game and the game be balanced. And it's really sort of like the mindset, well, if everyone's broken, then no one's broken. So it balance it out.
It's
And
like what
so
Ruby said in the chat. There's a whole meta to it now, and it's amazing to see. So definitely, it's cool
It's
observation.
like it's starting to sound like Marvel.
Well, yeah,
Wow.
Marvel. So, again, FGC fan myself. I'm the Marvel versus Capcom games. There is like an unofficial, but it's basically official point system for the characters. So like certain characters are worth a lot more points than others, and it's balanced around that.
yeah.
So because the game is intentionally like there's some characters that are extremely like powerful, some that are really good at certain things. So like that really created a really interesting scene in meta. I would love to see something similar like done for this game too, because I mean, you look at Marvel vs. Capcom, and I mean, people they've played that. Um, uh, they've had tournaments. I mean, it's been on Evo. I mean,
It's
it's
still
a
going.
huge. It's still
Yeah, that
going.
game's over 10 years old now, and people are still playing religiously. Like that even goes to like Third Strike, like Street Fighter. Yeah, Street Fighter, not 3.
Three,
Is it? Yeah,
yeah,
Street Fighter
that's right.
3 Alpha, like Third Strike,
So is it
so huge.
third strike. So third is a three.
Brain, okay, yes, I know.
I just messed.
Brain fart moment. I'm sorry. Don't call me
Also,
out.
also, Third Strike is, in my opinion, is my favorite Street Fighter. But that's I'll keep that to
What
myself.
about Fourth Strike? I don't think they know about Fourth Strike.
Oh, Fourth Strike, what? Street Fighter 4 was.
Uh, I like Street Fighter 4, but yeah, it's not. It wasn't the best. But yeah, I just really wanted to touch on that because it's great to see, like, sure, it's like something people were excited for, but like to see that like blow up into something like even bigger than what it was.
Yeah, it, I hope that it helps. If especially if this becomes like competitive, which is would be really fun because of how unbalanced things are. I hope that brings a light, because this is again a more casual fighting game. Not that it's easy, but um, a lot
The,
of people,
the
most
bar for
people have seen
entry,
the barrier for entry
yeah.
is lower. um, but it's like a lot of people know what Dragon Ball is, and so seeing these really flashy animations are really cool. It's just something interesting. So hopefully we'll see the fighting game community how it adapts to this and what they end up doing. I know
I
that
always
the
sorry.
previous Dragon Ball game, which is the 2D one, was really good, but that one had a very like you had to be really good at that game or else you just get stomped. So that was and that one did well as well. So go
Yeah,
ahead,
I mean,
that
Ruben.
as
one was
someone
more. Keep going, Mega. Sorry.
I said, as someone who's played Smash rather religiously for a long time now, yes, I know. Um, don't worry, I shower regularly. But I just appreciate
Sorry.
I
Fine,
appreciate
Rickroll.
competitive games that are easy to get into and difficult to master.
You hear that, Ruby?
'Cause
He showers regularly.
what what?
Nothing. 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 Just a
What?
conversation in chat.
I'm not beating the allegations, am I?
No,
No.
you're
Oh, yeah,
fine.
you're fine.
It's the allegations towards Ruby.
Oh, no.
All right, well, thank you for that because that was an article that was really interesting and discussion that's interesting. So, is it time, Fresh? Unless someone else has anything. I mean, I dragged Jordan here. Jordan, is there anything news related this month that you want to bring up?
No, I mean, I really haven't been in touch with a lot of news and stuff like that. I've gotten some new stuff in the mail recently, but a lot of those were Kickstarters that I backed that finally came out, and pretty much that's about all I've been kind of doing is kind of just getting stuff set up and trying to reorganize my gaming group. But that's pretty much about it for me and work.
Well, yeah, and work. Um, yeah. You know what? That when we get to what you've been doing this month or whatever, because we'll get to that next thing. We'll definitely we'll start off with you, and we'll go into some of that because that there's some interesting. You mentioned Kickstarters and whatnot, so that'd be really interesting.
Yeah.
All right. So let's take 12 minutes because we have 12 minutes before noon to see if we can squeeze in War of the Immortals. That's big news.
Yes.
We'll try our best, and we'll probably go talking about it more in world building. But
Because it does a lot of world building, and we'll graciously exploit that fact to talk more about it.
Mm,
in other news, Pathfinder Second Edition has released War of the Immortals, and that is its newest kind of like major expansion, major book, and it, in my opinion, is one of the coolest things that I've read recently.
I think it might be one of their best ones yet. Like,
yeah,
not exaggerating.
they brought back the mythic system from 1E and made
Mhm.
it even better.
Yeah, brought back a bunch of popular classes from 1E, but as class archetypes, and they're all fire.
And they also came up with two brand new classes that were completely like unique to 2E, which is nice to see.
Yes, the Exemplar and the Animist are both really cool.
As someone who plays Pathfinder but doesn't really follow the news, what's the quickest rundown of like what this expansion is,
Well,
like
you know what?
lore wise and everything else?
So we'll do the lore stuff in the world building when we go back to it. But news wise, in terms of what it does, is it brings mythic paths and mythics to Pathfinder. And what essentially that is um, it's its own set of feats. So you know how one of the more common rules in Pathfinder is free archetype, where you get like an extra slot to pick archetype feats, which are kind of like, hey, I'm a fighter, but I want to like grab wizard stuff.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
I know artsy stuff,
Nerds.
but but yeah. So this adds a third layer to that, which is mythic, or second if you don't play with the archetype rule. Um, and these mythic feats tie into a calling specific to dealing with the gods. Because in War of the Immortals, um, as Paizo so expertly did, they tease the god being killed or a fight between gods. And this is your way of kind of jumping in and being a part of it and getting mythic powers, which is, well, it sounds like what it sounds like. It's, I mean, think Achilles or Hercules in the Odyssey, for example, or just demigods, just that much. They are that guy, that or that woman or whatever, whoever they may be. They are
Him
that
or
person.
her.
Yeah. So essentially what it does is like it adds, for example, mythic proficiencies. which if you know, it's +2 every single proficiency. So train is +2, then +4. So legendary is +8. Mythic is +10. So it's past that.
Ooh, let's
And
go.
it changes hero points to mythic points. So you now start with 3 mythic points, and then you use those on different things. Like for example, you swing and miss. Then you use a mythic point and you re-roll, and you use your mythic proficiency. So now you do the +10 plus your stats, and you re-roll. So like they do different things like that, and there's all sorts of really interesting um things that come with your calling, ways to earn mythic points. There's mythic archetypes, and also calls to immortality. So you could be a living legend and your character can't die as long as someone says your name within a week of you dying. You just pop up behind them. Just like
That's
I was,
awesome. What? Oh
yeah.
my god.
I
UI
teased.
Goku.
I was pretty like on the nose about like prophesized monarch for
Yeah,
Tuesday.
yeah.
Where like it's just like you are essentially Arthur. You have like a knight, knights and a round table or whatever. You can't die as long as one of your knights are around, because they can just go and save you or whatever. Um,
No,
there's
it's not even that. It's just as long as you have knights, you can die. That's it. Like if you even if
they
you
have
go
to be
to
close
0
to you.
HP, you keep going.
Yeah, they have to be close to you, whatever. They have to be nearby,
Yeah.
but um, and then there's Broken Chain, which is all about breaking the chains, freeing slaves, freeing people from tyranny. And that one, for example, when you die, you become an idea. And that idea you're just like this spirit that's floating around, and you can buff people. And then you can choose to pick one of your followers, and then you implant your idea into them and you take over that character. But you have all the memories of your previous character. You're just in the body of the new person you merge, because they've become the new you. Like you can't die because you're an idea, which is like really fucking cool. It's like, oh my god, that's like really interesting, like mechanics.
I think my
So
favorite one is still in the Prophesied Kingdom because they got two options. Either your lineage carries on, like your son gets your godly king powers or whatever, or you have this thing where whenever your kingdom is in danger, you come back.
yeah,
You just open the tube like, oh, what the fuck is it this side?
I love that. Rain, when are you gonna introduce these for Monday?
you guys are in the point where it's very close, because some of the later on mythic paths start at level 12. So
Yeah, we're already 13.
I mean, there are like you can get mythic as early as level 2, and there's like mythic feats from level 2 on. But yeah, you guys, in case no one is aware, so I have my Monday group. Soulsy and Mega are a part of it, and we started that campaign at level 1, and they've been playing for almost 2 years now, about two
Yeah, it's
years.
been a while. It's coming up on
And
2 years.
yep, also Rain. So Artsy, who's our director here, she plays
Newest stuff.
Rain, which is very
That's what I thought you
confusing.
were gonna say.
Um, so yeah, we started at level 1. Now we're up to level 13. We've gone through, and I still have things planned all the way to level 20. And this mythic and War of the Immortal stuff just added more stuff for me to use, more artsy for me to use. So yeah, absolutely, like wonderful book, really cool stuff, lots of lore implication. Bringing back of the old classes like the Vindicator / Inquisitor, the Blood Rager, which is basically I'm so angry I buff myself the class.
The
But it also
Barbarian Sorcerer.
the Barbarian
Sorry.
Sorcerer,
Yeah.
yeah. The Avenger, which is kind of like a Holy Rogue style, like a Slayer type thing.
Mm,
Um,
Ah.
that one's really cool.
mm.
it is. It is. They got a lot of ways to inflict doom on their enemies.
Yeah, yeah. And like it's really cool to see that, plus the 2 new classes, which are really unique.
Yeah.
Um, So like the exemplar being basically, I am the main character of the class.
Yeah,
Um,
that clause is pretty much I'm going to play a demigod. I will be King Arthur, Odysseus, Hercules.
Maui.
Yeah,
mhm.
yeah,
All right, reel it in.
that's basically what you. I believe a few of the feats are literally inspired by Maui and Hercules, etc. I know one of the icons
Maui.
is quite literally the Nemean lion hides that Hercules got as one of his works.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
And then the animus is all about like invoking the spirits. So to give yourself like, like, oh, you got the spirit of healing. Oh no, you got the spirit of a past warrior. So temporarily you become like this super buff warrior that can do like AoE attacks and all this crazy stuff. Um, and then again, one of my favorites was like the witch. That's essentially, you don't have a patron. So in Pathfinder, a witch has a patron. You basically don't have a patron, and then by level 20, you become your own patron. And then other players can use you as a patron if they become witches. So it's
That's pretty
basically
sick.
like you're like, I don't need someone giving me powers. My powers come from myself. And then there's another one which is a Warrior of Legend, which is essentially the mortal aspect of Achilles, like when he dies, which is all about a fighter with a really interesting weakness and being doomed to die, but then getting a lot of buffs because of it. So they're playing with a lot of ideas, and that's really
hmm
cool.
hmm
So
Playing with a lot of mechanics too, and that's what I really appreciate.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
all of the new things got a lot of their own new mechanics, and that really does a lot to make them feel good. Like
But it's also
Exemplars this thing
sorry.
where they got several icons which are special body parts or items or weapons, and they just switch their magical focus between them. Like each time they activate one, it switches to another one of your choice, which is really cool to work with because it enforces sort of a order in which you want to do things.
yeah,
I just appreciate how well it ties into the systems that we already have.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah. The more Pathfinder expands, the more that people see it's like, oh, that's really good. And it's in terms of how the balance is and why the balance is important. Um, so it's really cool to see what they can expand on that. So it's
Yeah.
nice. So
The
um,
one big downside it has is that it doesn't interact with kineticists at the moment. So if you're a kineticist player, you'll have to have some patience because they are working on a big errata for kineticists. No dates for it though, but they are fixing up kineticists to actually work with the rest of the game to have synergy because kineticist was explicitly designed to not do that. They're coming back from that because it's really annoying to design content for.
yeah, yeah,
Mm.
yeah. So we'll go over that, and once we kind of go down into kind of like world building and kind of backstory and
That's
kind of
more of a mechanical thing, so I don't really think we need to cover that. But I thought it was interesting to mention that
no,
people with like this is like me.
I actually do because I think
Yeah.
it's really it's important because like the whole like lore behind kineticist, how it interacts and what it does, it's really interesting, and I think that's why it was
Oh
done the
yeah,
way it was.
absolutely like that. Yeah.
So that being said, our 12 minutes are up exactly, and we were able to kind of cover it
Darn.
without going too far in. I know we wanted to go more, but I think this is a good time for everyone to kind of take a break.
Yes.
We'll run some ads to get the pre-roll out the way. We'll have Ruby or some stuff entertain us in the background, and then we'll be back in about I would say like 5 to 10 minutes. We'll see. Maybe 10 minutes. It should be good, and then we'll go right into what we've been doing this month, and then once we kind of go through that, which should take a while, like what we've been interested in, because there's a lot of stuff I want to talk about. We'll go into more of the world building and go from there. So, see you guys in a bit.
1.
1. I believe we should be live.
So anyway, I started blasting.
So anyway, Ohio.
God damn it.
There's a
So
lot of corn there.
Yes, the mythic land of Ohio. I know it well.
the land
What
of
is the world
boomers.
building of Ohio?
I think
have
it's
you
that
heard-
Yeah.
Cleveland tourism video where they talk about how terrible everything is.
Amazing.
That's pretty
Come to
great world
Cleveland.
building.
It's our
Come
new
to Cleveland. We
campaign,
have,
Beyond the Burning River.
That's so good. Oh my
Oh
god.
my god!
That's such a sick name.
That
Oh,
actually is pretty damn fucking cool.
That's great. That's great.
The weird wizard.
So we're gonna be talking about what we've been doing the past month and kind of the stuff that we've been interested in, personal. So just ourselves, the games we've been playing. And I want to start off with Jordan, because Jordan was hamming up and talking Shadow of the Weird Wizard. And I see Mal in chat, and I see some of Mal's players, and I know they played Shadow of the Demon Lord, which is made by the same person. And Jordan was one of the first people to get me involved in terms of playing and learning about Shadow the Demon Lord, which got me super excited when I saw Mal playing it, which is the reason why we got connected and why Mal was a guest last month and is also one of the friends of the podcast. And we love Mal and Ruby and all the others who've joined because of it. So Jordan, the catalyst of this amazing recent community thing, even unintentionally that you did not know, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Just kind of a little background. I started really kind of discovering Shadow of the Demon Lord a couple years ago, thanks to a gentleman named Kurt Weigel, I think, who used to do a YouTube series called Game Geeks, in which he would primarily focus a lot on non-Dungeons and Dragons themed materials. So I got the PDF for it online and ran it with my players, and we really, really enjoyed it. And so I kind of picked up the system and the vast majority of the books, and have been running it for on and off again for several years. I've done 2 successful campaigns, 1 non-successful campaign, which is an amazing feat if you've ever read the rules of the Demon Lord in terms of its horror setting and the ability to make people explode internally and turn into skeletons. But recently, Robert Schwab came out with a, I guess the best way to call this one is Shadow of the Demon Lord 1.5. It's a lot of it's the same kind of system, but there's been a lot of tweaks to it. And one of the big things with it is he's tried to make it more, I'd say, family friendly. Some people have kind of reacted to this in very different ways. I'm actually more of a fan of it because it's meant to be Demon Lord, but without the horror and insanity aspects of it. And it's it's one that you can run with like children or at conventions, or I think we brought up in the side chat there, running it if you're doing this at schools, or in my instance for my job, a library. So you don't get into trouble with some of the more outrageous and horrible aspects of the horror setting, because it does cross a lot of lines. The original Demon Lord, and it's really toned down a lot of some of the more horrifying aspects of the monsters while still leaving them there. And the other really cool thing to it is it's very much an homage to Greyhawk, for those of you old grognards out there who remember that setting.
Yeah.
And they recently brought it back for the new Dungeon Masters guide too.
Yeah.
I mean, they're reaching back, trying to hit some old school stuff, which is kind of cool.
Mhm.
So, all right, so basically it plays the same as
Yeah, it plays about the same. I haven't really fully sat down with a cup of tea and stuff like that and just gone through the whole book. But from what I can tell, it's very much in the same system settings and the same base mechanics. The engine runs the same in the car, although there's a few different modifications to it. But other than that, yeah, it's pretty good. I'll say that. From having been in the original play test of it and seeing where it is now, it's it's very much a system that's changed, but it's still somewhat the same.
Cool. All right. Well, that's super exciting. That's cool to see. Because excuse me, I did get a chance to play in a session with you with Shadow of the Demon Lord, and that was like it was a lot of fun. I like the grittier, kind of darker, um, not even like theme wise, but just the feel. It always felt that entire session that my character at any point could explode and just die.
Yeah.
And I do like that feeling, because let's be real, in Pathfinder and 5e, it's very hard to die. Um, as you level up, less so you could die. It's actually easier to die as you're higher level. Sometimes because of the way monsters get some crazy stuff. Um, Especially at least in Pathfinder. In 5e, you just die like if wind breezes in your direction if you're like a wizard or something at level 1.
Mhm.
But yeah, so it's really cool to see systems that are embracing the more like old school nature of TTRPGs, because it just gives a different flavor, it gives a different feel. So that's awesome. All right, so we're playing that at the library, right?
Yes, if you would like to, I could probably do that if for a day or one shot to see if the players enjoy it.
This is very impromptu, but I know they're in chat. But I have the room set up where anyone in the room can hear very easily anyone that's in the room, and there's a camera that can show everyone or whatever. So if people online, like Mal or anyone else who plays with them, would be interested in doing something, that maybe have some extra players that hop in for a one shot or something. Well, we could talk in the future about doing that, or I can just kind of sit in on that. We could see. That'd be really cool.
Alrighty.
Maybe like a one shot, a round table, or just kind of just an overall discussion. That'd be awesome. All right, so we got Shadow of the Weird Wizard. What else? Anything else? I think you said you mentioned
Yeah.
something.
I also got in finally from all the books the game called Necessary Evil. It's a Savage World setting
Necessary.
in which basically all of the heroes have been killed and by a alien invasion, and so you have to play supervillains at this point. Hence the name of the system. Now, this is if anyone has really kind of played Mutants and Masterminds. It goes based on power levels, and it's Savage Worlds trying to do power levels. It was a problem in the beginning of Savage Worlds because Savage Worlds is very much the strongest you could be is like Han Solo. But this one definitely has embraced a point build system, but still using the Savage Worlds rules. And I think it actually runs pretty well, having done one or two games of it. So each of the campaigns is kind of broken into power levels. Level 2 being basically Luke Cage, Daredevil, street level heroes for those who know the comic book lingo. And then the newest one that just came out is their Cosmic Encounters, which is like Guardians of the Galaxy, Adam Warlock, Superman when he goes against Darkseid or stuff like that. Those kinds of things. And they did a reprint of the original Necessary Evil, a reprint of another campaign they had done at one point in time, which is New York City gets turned into a prison island and you have to break out.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's actually really fun. And then the newest one is basically a Cosmic Encounters, which is the actual name of the new one. I believe the Cosmic Crisis. Yeah, that's the Cosmic Crisis, and that one's kind of you guys going against their version of it's a character they kind of combined Thanos and Darkseid into the same being. So it's a real fun bad guy to go against in the end there.
Oh, okay. That sounds really cool. I love the idea of just heroes, just they're gone, and it has to be the villains.
Yeah, this one they did it as basically the green. Imagine there's a Green Lantern Corps but they've slowly not been able to get more recruits. And then a big basic war happens, and so they need to basically find conscripts. So they just start
Oh, that's
conscripting the
cool.
cosmic supervillains.
Oh, I love that actually.
Yeah. And that's basically the premise of this campaign. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to running that one probably sometime in the future.
And I just Rain introduced me to Savage Worlds, and I have to say I really enjoy like how not chaotic, I guess like bombastic the system can be when it comes to like how out of control like damage can get.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I gave the example. So we were playing it, and I just tossed in a Minotaur. So we were just playing our like Pathfinder characters, and I made the Minotaur a wild card, and so the Minotaur has like 16 toughness or so. It was really hard because the way it works, you roll to hit an enemy, and then you roll to see if that hit will do anything. So it's like there's like two rolls in one, because there's not really HP, because you can hit an enemy, but if you do enough damage, obviously then you wound them. For most enemies, that just kills them outright. But for wild cards, which are like players, they have a certain amount of HP, sort of. They can like take X amount of wounds before they're down. Um, so my character grappled the Minotaur, restrained it, so I actually rolled really well. And Solzy had like a sniper character with like a crossbow, and did like an aimed headshot, and basically rolled. And then when she rolled damage, she kept rolling max damage, which was like exploding dice. So if you don't know, if you have a d6 and you roll a d6, then you roll it again and you add it to your damage and roll a bunch, and did like so much damage that you killed it in one shot.
Yeah.
It was 2d6 and
Yeah.
then an extra d6 on the side, and I got 27 damage out of that.
Yeah. Because you rolled like 4 6s, and also the headshot does like +4 damage.
Yeah.
So it's a weaker shot. Not a weaker shot. It's a harder to hit shot. Sorry. So you're rolling. Desperate is a weaker shot with a higher chance to hit. But yeah, it was a harder shot, but you hit it with a raise, which gives you an extra damage die. And so we just basically went from like, oh, this thing is just gonna kill us. This is the whole joke. Like, we're just playing around for fun. To, oh, Solzy just one shot the Minotaur.
And
Yeah,
killed
I
it
had
in
a
one
friend
hit.
who blew up a base on one shot with a flare gun. That's kind of one of our fun legend ones. He just kept rolling 4 on a d4 for almost a minute. So,
Oh my
God.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's
so I got to break one of the core rules, and I kind of just did the trench run at that point in time, because I'm like,
Oh.
well, you just Skywalkered this Death Star.
That's amazing.
yeah.
Okay.
Each roll has a 25% chance, so it's improbable, but far from impossible.
You managed
No,
to
yeah,
strike
that was the thing.
conveniently placed oil barrels that just set the whole entire thing
Yes.
ablaze.
It's like
It's
oh, good, keep going.
Hmm?
No, Jordan, you were saying.
oh yeah, it's like that the scene in the end of the oh god, the Emperor's New Groove, where the villain falls off the tower and you're just like and the guy goes, I told you we didn't order a trampoline, and the guy's like, then I should have set it up, and she just bounces back off of that.
Yeah.
You really should have said that before I set it up.
Oh my god. I love it. I love it so much. Okay.
So
What are
I
the
actually, I
chances?
just, it's funny that you bring it up because I just recently read a fun thing about the making of that movie. Apparently, they didn't have a script. They just made shit up as they animated.
Yes, they didn't have a script. It was all storyboarding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Well, the
and
original movie was meant to be like a Sting project. Like, it was going to be like how Elton John did like the Lord of the Rings, and they had Phil Collins do uh the Tarzan movie. And so that was going to be like Sting's big movie. And then apparently like the main producer of it got fired from Disney by Eisner, and like the whole entire like cast got scrapped. So, like the only people that still had like a payroll were meant to be like people who were going to be the side joke characters, which was David Spade and Patrick Warburton and John Goodman, and the only person of the original cast who actually had like a real role was Eartha Kitt. And so they're just like, hey, do you guys want to do this? You know, basically impromptu. And they're like, yeah, sure. So it just became that from like this epic song movie they were going to do. Called like Emperor of the Sun or something like that.
Kingdom of the Sun.
They just made it a meme, and it was a glorious one.
Yes.
I still love watching the clips of Eartha Kitt in the booth and just how animated she is. It's so good. Like
Was she the person that did Isma?
Yeah,
Yes.
she's Isla.
I love it.
yeah, she just gets into it. There's a lot of like she'll just and then you can hear like the people on the other side just laughing because of how funny she was and how much energy and stuff she brought to it. So it was really cool.
Yeah, that's how she was apparently when she was Catwoman back in the day of the old Batman show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Love her for that. Such an icon.
Mm.
But yeah, tangents aside about movies.
Yep.
hey, you know what? That is basically kind of what we're
It
here
is sort
about.
of world building.
We
Yep.
met our daily quota for tangents now.
No, we did not.
So we're actually still we're not jumping on world building yet. We're more of what would you doing this month. So cool. So thank you, Jordan.
Yep.
So Shadow of the Weird Wizard, Necessary Evil, and a tangent into a very fun movie and me reminiscing about Eartha Kitt as an actress. Rest in peace. Fantastic actress. Really fun. So let's go to let me see, Solzy, what have you been up to this month? What kind of trouble you been getting into in the terms of anything regarding nerd culture?
Uh,
I mean, I haven't been doing much. Like the biggest thing I've been playing aside from like Zenless Zone Zero is like Hades 2. Like I cannot get enough of Hades 2. Oh, and I listened to the new Epic release when it first came out as well, and so like, very very big Greek theming, I guess, for like for me.
Mm,
Uh, the new the new the new Epic Saga, very fun, very fun ending. Do recommend. It might turn some people away, but I did enjoy it. Um, I
and
really
I was gonna say, in Hades has been really fun.
Hades is a Hades 2 is a darling as always. Like very fun, addictive to play. You just get lost into like your runs and talking to all like the NPCs you get to talk to and like getting to hear like their stories and everything. I really wish I could talk more about it, but unfortunately we have a like a no spoiler thing here
Mm.
because like the big update added a lot. Like, and I've been fully enjoying my experience. But aside from Hades 2, um my usual TTRPG group has got into a new new system. Like we're sort of like dipping our feet into a new system that's
Okay.
called Spectaculars, and sort of like what was talked about with like Necessary Evil is a superhero it's a superhero TTRPG, and it's it's more for in person than it is for online. Like there's a bunch of things that you do together in that system that is a lot easier to do in person than it is online. Cause like instead of like a typical system, it very much comes off as you and your group of friends are making your own comic book story. And
Oh, okay.
and like there are like the preset modules and everything, but before you dive into everything, like before you even make your character, you make the world. And we like for our first session we like sat down and we were like, okay, so what's the name of the main city we're going to be in? uh what city is it based off of? This is a real world city, is it not? What time period is this? uh was there a like was there like a big cataclysmic event in the city? If so, what did it affect? What did it destroy? What ramifications were there? And so we built this entire setting together in our session 0, and it was very fun. It was like talking about world building like that. It was like it's like a prime example of cooperative world building that I can think of, because even when you're going through a module, say when you get to a key NPC that's going to be reoccurring in your stories, you stop the scene and you immediately go back into that creation phase and you build this NPC, what they're going to be like, well, like they're like everything like that. It's a very fun system. I highly enjoy it.
That's really cool that world building is kind of built into the system. So it's like, all right, you're creating characters. Now you're creating the world. I actually haven't really seen much of that before. So that's
And
actually really cool.
and like their system is also really cool, as well as like sort of what Jordan was talking about, like the different like levels.
Hmm.
In this system, you have something similar to where the modules are split between different different tiers of like comics. And so right now, my group are playing through the module that's called Streetlight Nights, which is the street level
Mm.
of
Yeah.
things. And in the module, there are a bunch of different archetypes that give you like different personality traits, different abilities, and it's just really fun. And I think another thing that I really like is it's a D100 system, and how it works is like in terms of like combat, you have a main power that works 80% of the time. You have a you have a minor power that will work 60% of the time. Like you have a lesser power that will work 60% of the time, and then a minor power that works even less than that. And so when you're making your character, you just pull cards at random, and you build your hero from what amount of cards you choose to pick. And if you decide to take like less powers, you get things called hero points in exchange. Very, very fun system. I adore it, and I know like the rest of my group is loving it as well.
That was surprisingly refreshing to see, because I'm looking up I'm gonna have to look it up. I like it. It looks like it's been out for a while. Might not be in something that I'll play online, or maybe, but maybe I'll look into it because I love the idea of like session 0 being let's make the character and let's make like some of the world. That's really cool. Um, it's good practice as well. But I know I myself like to have an established world ahead of time so I can prep and plan and build from that. But it's nice that there's something that's kind of built like that. So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Eeny, miny, mega.
Ah. Oh,
Mega, what have you been playing, or what have you been kind of dipping your toes into
so
this month?
it's hard. It's hard for me to get a beat on like anything specifically that I've been playing. I mean, I played a lot of Aska, which we could probably
Yeah,
both talk about.
yeah,
Um,
day 80 something, my man. Like what?
I
What?
I just, I just look, listen. It's a lot of micromanaging, and so my brain is just constantly engaged with it. Um,
In case no one is aware, and I'll just give a brief rundown. It is an early access, kind of like Valheim survival game. And
don't tell
reason I
Cora
say
that.
I know we're not going to tell Core that.
He's already aware.
Damn
He's
it.
ready. To him it's an RTS, and to be fair, sort of. Um, you
It
don't
has
build.
RTS elements.
Yeah, you don't really build houses. You build like you don't like build a house from the ground up and put like, okay, I want this a 9 by 5, the roof here. I want to. No, you just
It's
kind of.
it's landmark building. It's not Lego building.
Yeah, it's like prefabs and stuff. And then you essentially form a tribe and you attempt to survive the winter. You kind of it's the biggest thing that's different. Like I've also played Soul Mask and I absolutely adore Soul Mask. Um, uh, this where Soul Mask feels more like a traditional survival game outside of the villager. This one feels like you're playing a villager in Age of Empires. So, because you have to do a lot of logistics, like how are you going to transfer the logs, like how are you going to get a supply line and whatnot. Also, Mega, I'm gonna let you take over because I'm taking your spotlight. I love this game, but yes, continue.
I mean, it's not like
Yeah.
I have a huge amount to say because I did spend a lot of time on it, but a lot of that time was just getting really fixated on micromanaging aspects of it. Like you can see in that trailer, there are people like building shelters and everything. Like you can have the villagers do that, and you do have to have them do that to an extent to like survive. But I found myself doing a lot of the work myself.
Have you
Let's see.
achieved nuclear power yet?
No,
Damn.
I have achieved iron tool making though.
Hell yeah, that's basically the
And that
same.
and that's actually like that's a good example of one of the like more immersive aspects of this game, because like a lot of the stuff that you craft you have to do in stages. And the stages are broken down a lot more than most survival games have you do. Like most survival games, you just kind of like get the materials and then you press a button to craft it, and maybe it takes time. In this game, you have to do it depending on what you're making, you have to do it in stages. So for like iron tools, you'll have to, well, first you have to mine out the iron, and then you have to put it in a smelter. And there's this like little mini game where you have to sort of keep the temperature gauge in the right spot in order to smelt it properly.
Mhm.
Um, and then once you get that, you sort of like get this cube that you hit uh, each particular side on until you get all the impurities out of it. And then you get something called iron bloom. You take the iron bloom over to your workshop. You put it in the forge to heat it, and then you craft that into a specific tool head, like a hammerhead or a pickaxe head, uh, stuff like
Wait a
that.
fucking second. This is modern Minecraft.
So
It's a new modern thing.
yeah. That then you do. So you do you do the iron head, and that's just the head. Then you're not even talking about the handle, because the handle you'll have to go cut down a tree. Then you have to break the tree into logs, and you have to bring the logs over. Then you have to strip the bark. Then you have to cut it into like pieces, which then you make into a handle as you in the carpentry shop, and then you merge the two. Oh, but there's just and it seems like a lot, and it can be if you're by yourself, but then you have the people that automate, so you can have them and they're just like doing that, and you just see like, oh, I got like iron tools now because I'm helping clear out this area. And you can speed it up by doing it yourself, because I'm pretty sure you do it faster than some of the AI,
Oh yeah,
because
definitely.
they do get kind of like, oh, I need to go drink, I need to go eat, I need to take breaks. I'm like, what is this? Like, get to
Yeah,
work.
Skill
the
issues.
AI, it's not even that, because like I understand that, like that's part of like managing a group, like a village or tribe or whatever. So I don't mind that. I do think the AI could use some work though, because it doesn't seem like it understands some more complex things, like how to use like built pathways over just like wilderness. It does to some extent, but it could still use some improvement.
We have a question in chat. Did you get an invasion yet?
Oh yeah, I had my first winter invasion, and you'd use the whole first then. But yeah, I've been trying to build one from my iron mine all the way back to the main village, which is on the shore, and it is taking a while. It's
Uh,
taking a long time.
the
Um,
invasion was fun. Um, my only issue with the game, other than the AI needs a little work, I hate that when you die, all your stuff just like gets scattered randomly around your body where you died, and you have to
it
run back,
is.
and you have to find the pixel in the snow and grass where your little tiny like carving knife is, and all you can't just like pick everything up.
It's very
There's a
old
And
button
school.
that there's a button that highlights like anything you can interact with, whether it's an item you can pick up, or I think it's mostly just items you can pick up or things you can harvest.
the problem
But
with
that
that is
doesn't always
that
work. Yeah,
it does. What the problem is it kind of merges into the grass and the snow and
it,
whatever, so you
it
don't
always
see.
works. It just doesn't always help, I
Yeah,
guess, is the point.
yeah, and it just
Z-
it can be a little frustrating, especially like say you have an invasion and you spent time giving your villagers like bows and gear, and then they die, and then there's bodies all over, like it's a battlefield, and it's cool. There's no way to automate, like, or at least there's no thing for like your villagers to pick it up and then like put it away or something. Maybe there is, but that would really help if they just kind of like put it in a box for you and
I
just be
think
like,
if you
hey,
assign, I think if you assign one to a warehouse, uh, then and you have like a spot for it, whatever you need picked up, they'll actually go and get it.
oh, okay.
I
But
I
yeah,
think I'm not entirely sure how far they'll go to like pick stuff up. Um,
there's also that weird mechanic of respawning as a ghost, and then you can just suck the soul of one of your villagers
I
Oh,
for
haven't
okay.
no
used that yet.
for, for no reason other than being an asshole, but you don't lose your XP, because you get XP kind of like RuneScape, where like the more you like hit a tree, the better you are at like cutting trees down. And if
Oh,
you
in this
die,
way,
you
yeah,
lose.
in this way it is like Valheim. Because you lose a certain amount of it for dying. Like that's the death penalty.
Yeah,
You
unless,
don't do RuneScape though, but yeah.
No,
yeah,
yeah,
what,
you don't in RuneScape. That's why I reference Valheim. It's and that's why I compare it to that. It's not just the theming. It's like some of the game mechanics, and
Mhm.
yeah.
it really
Before
does seem. I'm sorry. Go
before we
ahead.
continue, bye Ruby. Thank you so much. I know it's hit your time to leave. Thank you so much for making Maria. We love you here at the ATH. You are amazing.
Yes.
I
Yes, thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
So, Continue. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure we said bye before she left.
What was the last thing I said?
I'm sorry. I gotta.
No, it's okay. I actually kind of wanted to move on because there was something else that I've been doing this past month too.
Yeah, go for it.
Uh, so you probably saw me on 7 Days to Die a lot this month. I wasn't
Yes.
doing multiplayer. I was playing by myself. Um, I had this. I set myself this self-imposed challenge run, where every night is a blood moon,
Oh, okay.
and I've been seeing how viable that is because I kind of want to see if we could do that, like for Survival Sunday at some point.
Hmm.
I feel like it'd be more interesting than just playing the regular game. Oh, geez, yeah.
Well, thank you, RT. This jump scared all of us.
No, it's fine. But yeah, the normal mechanics of the game are,
Every
the
7 days.
yeah, every 7 days on average, you can. Sometimes it varies if you set the settings that way, but
Well,
um,
hence the name 7 days to die.
yeah, you will die in less than 7 days, though. We have it's plenty of time. But anyway, um, normally you have a week to prepare for that because the blood moon is, uh, instead of just kind of like normal zombies spawning, like you have ones that are stronger, faster, and they just keep coming in waves until the night passes. And they can break through pretty much anything if they have enough time and power, like manpower. Like, so your concrete walls that you set up, they could just punch through that if they go at it long enough. It
I
is
could
it is really
totally do
about
that.
like, that's that what?
I could totally do that. They're not special.
Yeah,
Well, when you got like radiated like special zombies that spit acid and so, yeah, they start breaking through certain materials
Yeah.
faster
I
too.
haven't gotten super far yet. Um, it's not as difficult as I imagined, although I have died quite frequently during those blood moons. I have survived at least 10 days out of the well, almost 30 now that I've been playing. I think it's starting to ramp up to the point where I can't keep up though.
Mm.
So it's something that we could possibly do for like maybe the first week or so of the game. Because that was when the challenge was most interesting, was when I didn't have a place set up for myself yet. And so a lot of what I was doing was just like ad hoc trying to build defenses for myself to survive. Like one night I just dug a ditch and put cobblestone blocks over my head and survived that way.
The
And that,
the early Minecraft survival strategy.
I mean, it was surprisingly effective. Like I didn't think it would work. Uh, but yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Cool.
Mostly those two games. Uh, played a bit of Neo as well, Neo 2.
I played
But
yeah,
that's
all three of those I played with you, and we have to play more. I want to
we
continue.
should really should.
And we do need to set aside some time for Outward because that'd be really fun. But
Yeah. Yeah, Outward.
well, thank you, Mega, for
Mm.
reminding me that there are some really fun survival games that we've been playing this month. And you've kind of hit on some of the things I would have talked on, so that saves time. Um, Frax, my friend, my brethren in cheese. What have you been doing
Mm.
this month?
Two big things mostly. It's been a Blizzard month for me.
Okay.
Because first of all, it's the 30th anniversary of Warcraft as a franchise, and
20th.
the 20th anniversary of World of Warcraft.
Oh, okay. No, you're
Yeah,
right.
it's two anniversaries
Okay.
because they released around the same time. I think there's a few weeks in between them. So World of Warcraft currently has this big event going to celebrate that. They revamped the usual anniversary event plays, put a bunch of new activities in there. made a lot of references to the history of Warcraft. Like Leroy Jenkins is there with his fried chicken stand. You can buy the fried chicken. um, and there's like a mount contest where the person who can match the most mounts with the example at the stage wins, or like a fashion contest where you have to follow a certain theme. They revamped an old dungeon into a raid that you can play. They brought back a bunch of the classic dungeons, scale to level, so you can play those. There's like a whole detective quest line going on weekly, where you have to solve crimes, murders, find crates, without much much of the hand holding that is in modern quests. Like you get no area markers or something. It's just have fun, figure it out. And yeah, the rewards for it are really cool as well, because some of the most famous outfits in World of Warcraft were the raid outfits of the second tier, as they call it. It's not the second raid, but it's one of the earliest raids they made, because they were like the first nice-looking, cohesive outfits in the game. And they made HD versions of those that you can get as a reward of all of this. So it's very nice. I've
Yep,
got
there
them
it is.
3 outfits so far. No, 4 outfits so far, because they're on screen at the moment. They're not all as beautiful because they are old Blizzard designs, and some of them look really wacky, but that's cool.
The thing that
Uh,
I liked about it is that they actually made designs for classes that didn't exist back then. So
yeah,
the
Oh,
Death
that's
Knight,
cool.
the Demon Hunter, and the Monk all got their own tier sets as well, even though they weren't a thing back then.
yeah, and they're really cooked to make those because they took inspiration from the essence of those classes to make that. The monk one is really Kung Fu Panda styles. The Death
I
Knight
love
one,
the Monk one.
the Death Knight one actually really looks like the starter gear you get when you make a Death Knight, but like in a more epic HD fashion. So it's a really cool callback to what for many people is like one of their earliest memories for World of Warcraft, because Wrath of the Lich King was when that released.
That is one of my earliest memories, yeah.
Yeah. So all in all, very cool event. And then to top it off, you can get like back items that are the insignia of the old factions of the Warcraft games, like the RTS games that came before the MMO, because they
Oh,
haven't
nice.
forgotten about those, even though they are no longer being updated because they're really old. But they are some of the foundational games of the RTS genre and the MOBA genre, funnily enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think League of Legends and all that started because
Yeah, Dota evolved
them-
from a mod for Warcraft 3, I believe.
it
Yep,
actually it actually uh actually it was it was a StarCraft. It
actually.
was
Ah,
a StarCraft,
StarCraft, yeah.
but
Really?
it became extremely yeah, it was I forgot the name specifically, but it was a StarCraft custom match. And then it became super popular in
Yeah.
Warcraft
Basically
3.
took over as its own genre. And the
Yeah,
rest is history.
Dota All Stars and all that. So
Mm. So yeah, important games for the history of gaming.
yep.
Uh, this month they'll also be doing what they call a Blizzard Direct, which is quite literally what Nintendo does. Uh, have a big stream about what's next for Warcraft. And as far as theories go, there's going to be announcements there that might even relate to the RTS games, because we can see their download service and they have updated versions of Warcraft 3 loaded up on there at the moment. So who knows what they're cooking? It's going to be exciting. After that, uh, also Blizzard's Diablo 4 had their first expansion drop,
Okay.
which also went back to the roots of Diablo in a way, because it's in Nahantu, one of the regions of Diablo 2. And yeah, it was a very good representation of it. Some people were disappointed that the story wasn't really a ending, but I felt like it was a fair story. Like you win some, you lose some. It sets up the next piece. But yeah, it's a live service, so it's supposed to do that. But it felt like a cool thing on its own. And they added a new class with it as well, the Spiritborn, which is kind of a mix of the Diablo 3 monk and the witch doctor. So like very jungle themed. Channels the power of 4 animal spirits in various moves. The jaguar, the eagle, the centipede, and the gorilla. Has a very unique, fast-paced playstyle to it. very mobile, or not mobile at all if you go for Gorilla. Gorilla doesn't move. Gorilla doesn't care. And they brought back some new versions of all systems with it as well, like the rune word system from Diablo 2. They
Okay.
made it simpler, they streamlined it, and it's back for use. And you can use it to cast skills from other classes, for example, which is really cool. So yeah, that's what I've been up to. Pretty much completed the entire expansion at this point. Like, gotten to the end game, gotten my build maximized, even got a few mythic drops, which are like super rare items, which they've consistently made easier to obtain because at first they were basically non-existent. But now you can get them. Oh yeah, there is a third one that you probably also want to talk about, Rain. Monster Hunter Wilds demo.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, because that is looking good. They had a few tech issues, but they have said on Twitter that that's because it's an old build, which
Mhm.
is very visible because a few people that went to cons said, "Yeah, this is the exact same build as we played 3 months ago." So a bit of a dated build, but that's okay because it still played awesome.
Oh,
Like,
it felt really good. So um one of the big things that I noticed is that so I played World. I enjoyed World. I played Rise and I loved Rise. And they played very differently. Where World
Mhm.
was very slower, kind of more grounded. Rise was more anime, I guess. Y- you're flying around. It was faster paced. Um, and this kind of goes back to like World, where it's very technical, mechanical to me. This is how I feel. I might be wrong.
no,
The
you're right.
like even like insect because I tried all the weapons, like insect glaive, for example. In Rise, insect glaive, I'm flying around doing air combos and just doing all sorts of craziness. In this, you're not really in the air much. It goes back to some of the older Monster Hunter games
Insect
where
Glaive, my beloved.
yeah, where you're in the air once in a while, but you're mostly grounded. You're actually on the ground doing combos. And you'll jump up in the air to like dodge a move and then kind of like spike down on something and then continue your combo on the ground. So it made the game a bit more back kind of like almost like slower paced. But I
Yeah.
Grounded.
but I
Until
like
until you use the focus modes, the new thing.
yeah.
Would you say it's more grounded now than it's
It's
ever
more,
been?
God
yeah.
damn it.
God. So, but yeah, but it feels it not that it's easier because it's slower or worse. It actually feels really good, and I think a lot of games are doing that now.
Yeah.
Because games for the last few years have been kind of crazy and adding a lot, and it's like super fast pace action and all that.
Mm,
And I think that spectacle is wearing off for a lot of games, and they're becoming more like, hey, let's actually bring it to more technical, more thoughtful, and more impactful. Let's actually like when they hit, rather than hit 100 times and you get a lot of numbers, you hit one like once or twice and you get really impactful swings
that is
and
my
whatnot.
favorite.
Because I mean, I see that too. For example, in uh Path of Exile 2, Titan Quest 2, like a lot of, I mean, even Diablo 4 compared to like 3,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Absolutely.
it's a
God,
lot more like in 3 was just explosions, and Path of Exile 1 same, like just particle effects and explosions. And now
little
the new
side,
one.
little side. I played Diablo 3 a lot, and my main class was a wizard. I'm
Mhm.
pretty sure there were certain points where I legitimately could not see my character through all the spell effects.
Yeah. No, that
Yeah.
happens. That happens.
Yeah, and now in 4 it's not as bad. Well, not that it's bad, but it's different.
Yeah,
Um,
it's. I think what Diablo and Monster Hunter both do is that they take the best parts of the two preceding games. Like
yeah,
they take some of the more fluid gameplay of Diablo 3 and combine it with the more gritty setting and the more slightly more methodical combat of Diablo 2, and that's how you get 4. And then they still add some new features like the mounts and stuff, which are good. I think Wilds does the same. The core
Exactly.
of the game is worlds for a large part, but there's elements of Rise in there. Like they took the best bits out of Rise and put them in there to use them, like a few of the weapon moves or
Yeah.
the mount system is back.
The mount system is back. Yeah.
And they combined the mount system with the tracking from Worlds, which I really liked because I
Yes.
didn't really feel like doing the whole tracking thing again. But then they went, yeah, if you sit on your mount does it.
Yep.
So you don't have to strictly interact with that. And I really like that change.
But yeah, it was a lot of fun. I played it. Other than, of course, obviously the technical issues, which I had a couple of like stutters,
Yeah.
and whatnot. But it's totally fine. But yeah, it was
Oh,
really
the
good.
character creation is really good. I forgot to say that
Oh,
one. There's a
yeah.
really, really amazing character creator in there. You can make so much with that. You got it's also made in a very smart way. Like you got the first screen, which is like presets or like general changes you can make. So for people that don't like 1,000 sliders, they can go to the advanced settings, and there's your 1,000 sliders if you do like that. It's a good way to go about it, in my opinion. And then you can select the voice, you can pitch the voice up and down, even so you have even customization in your voice, which you will need because in this Monster Hunter game, your
Yeah.
character actually has dialogue. They actually
Yes.
contribute in cutscenes, which had my mind blown because I'm used to my characters going, "Well, hey, mm-hmm, mm-hmm, way."
Or like your character stares at like an NPC and they're like, insightful comment. I agree. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
what did my character say? I just looked at you. But yeah, I actually did make Rain and Nalaya for Monster Hunter Worlds or Wilds. So Rain, of course, was the hunter. Nalaya was the cat. So,
Which is accurate. We do have a list of cat behavior for
yeah,
Artsy.
prior to.
Wait, I need to see these. I need to see photos of these.
I need to load it back up and show you guys. But yeah, I was gonna record. But it was a lot of fun. I played it with some friends last night. So it was really good. So now that being said, I'm looking at time. We're doing pretty good.
I got one more tiny thing about Wilds.
Go for it. Go for it.
The focus system, the new mechanic, because every Monster Hunter game has their gimmick.
Yeah.
Like World had the claw, Rise had the silk bind system. Now they got the focus system, which is it feels like a combination of the two to me. Again, but I really like how it allows you to target individual monster parts really effectively, break them, and then use like a takedown attack on them, which staggers the monsters and does a lot of damage. Like it feels really methodical in your hunt.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely, it is it's an interesting kind of like, hey, it's something new. It took me a second to get used to, but I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, this is cool because there's also a decent skill cap with that or ceiling or whatever.
Yeah,
floor,
absolutely.
because you have to aim and you have to see the parts, so that's always really cool. So moving forward though, I do want to kind of go back. I know you mentioned Diablo, and so for myself, one of the things I've hopped into is Last Epoch. Um, it's been out for a while. It is a ARPG, just like Diablo. Um, but what I absolutely adore about this game, for some reason, it just hooked me this month, was the fact that wherein like Diablo, you have your big skill tree,
Mhm.
and it's like, okay, your rogue gets this and that or whatever. Or in Path of Exile, there's like a giant skill tree with like, oh yeah, you get 2% more damage and you run 5% faster or whatever. You have a skill tree for yourself that are passives. But then each individual skill that you have. So say like for example, I was playing the Lich, and one of my first skills that I got was like this scythe sweep. And it's just it's a melee attack for the cast, quote unquote, caster class that you can just clear minions that are close. You then have skill trees for the actual skills. So the scythe sweep And then I made it so that when enemies are cursed, gives me ward, which is like a shield. And then when they're cursed, it heals me. And then also it spreads the curse. And then when I kill, you start like customizing that skill. And then I changed like my curse where when I kill something, it spreads. So then I kill something, they explode, and now it's all spreading, and they're all giving me ward when I hit them. And I'm like, and you just start making just crazy ass builds, and it's
Facts.
you like,
Facts. I think he discovered Affliction Warlock.
Oh no.
yeah. And I was just picking stuff that sounded cool, and then my friend played it and did the exact same like class, and he also did the scythe attack, but he made his scythe attack do necrotic damage, which would leave things on the ground, which interacted with other, and it was like everyone had completely different builds. And then the uniques. So you get like, obviously colored gear, like you got the whites, the blues, the yellows.
Yeah. It isn't an RPG without the shiny loot.
You get the oranges, which are uniques, but the thing about this game is that the uniques change the way you play your character completely. So one of the uniques I got was a necklace, and they also scale with your level. So
Oh, that is nice.
they're generally, you can keep them um for the most part for most of the game. They sort of scale for the level. I haven't gotten far
Oh,
enough,
okay.
like, because like for example, I got a unique hammer that gives like extra damage and stun chance, and it scales off your level. So it seems like this thing I'll be able to use it for the entire time if I wanted to. But I got like a necklace that converts, like makes me attack faster in melee. Um, but also anytime I cast a spell, it bleeds me, so I start taking damage. So it's kind of like, okay, so it's interesting, but that it also makes it so I do more damage with everything, but I bleed. But it also gives me leech, so my damage heals me. So now I'm putting curses which spread, which all of it is healing me. I'm bleeding myself, and then I went lich, which then gives me like reduction of my damage over time to myself, which essentially ends up turning just procking all my like defensive buffs for getting a debuff on myself. But I'm not really taking too much debuff, and I'm healing, and I'm practically immortal. And I'm just killing. It's just, I mean, and that's just like level like 20. Like I'm only like 1/5 of the way through the game, probably not even. And I don't even have all the unlocks for I only have skilled up 2 of my 5 skills, because again it also scales back. You have like your 4 skills plus your movement. Left click is movement, and then right click is like another button, so technically 5 buttons. Usually your right click is your basic attack or whatever. So um absolutely fucking in love with this game. I really want to play it more and play it with people and see the builds that they come up with.
Oh,
So
it even has the old Diablo style inventory system too.
yeah, they have the little like rune things where it's like you have to like play Tetris to give yourself buffs. So it is, I I think it's something that if you like Diablo and like ARPGs, you will absolutely adore this game.
God
Yeah, it's
dang it,
definitely on
man.
my radar. I saw the trailers for it before it launched, and I was very interested in it. Just haven't got to
Um,
do it yet.
yeah. Um, Another game I want to get into. This might be interesting to Frax and Mega. Is Black Grimoire Cursebreaker. Um, so this came out like a week ago. I didn't have any hype on it or nothing.
I don't
Um,
even know it. Never heard of it.
I if RT puts up, I'll put the thing for the.
Sounds like a solid Halloween release, honestly.
Yeah,
It's a
I'll wait till the video goes up.
I'm looking
Yes,
at screenshots at the moment. This is RuneScape.
it is
yeah,
basic single player. It is basically single player OSR RuneScape.
Yeah, it really looks like
Um,
it. Like the art style is very similar.
And it's really cool because it's again one of those games where it's really like, oh, like I'm gonna mine, and then you mine, and the numbers go up, and then they make you do the funnies in your brain, and you're just happy because you start doing things.
The
Um,
the UI is literally RuneScape. That is like aside from the ability bar in the middle of the screen, because RuneScape doesn't have abilities in the old school version. That's RuneScape.
Yeah. So
That's pretty
it's
cool though, because I like RuneScape.
yeah. So it's like a single player style because it has a story and everything. RuneScape, and you go
That's
around.
pretty cool.
It's really interesting. It was kind of cheap, and I was like, I want to support a developer that puts together something interesting. So I enjoyed that, and I figured you two might be interested in it. It's really cool.
I've already bought it. I just need to set aside some time to play it.
Yeah,
It's a
and
shame
then
that's only single player.
it would be nice if it was like co-op or whatever, because obviously RuneScape is you know,
Yeah, I wouldn't want to play it
Yeah.
as an MMO, but like co-op, yeah, that would be awesome.
yeah. And then another.
There,
Oh, go ahead.
real quick, something I read because I haven't played it yet, but I know this. And maybe you were going to mention it too, but this game does sort of have like a pseudo multiplayer. It has
It
a
does.
social multiplayer.
Huh?
Yes.
So like
but-
outside, yeah, you go ahead. You explain it. You played.
Yeah. So what ends up happening is when you play the game, you can load into a server. And what ends up happening then is when you go into town, other players show up. You'll see them
Aha.
doing things in town. You go fish or just shopping. They're moving around. And you can interact with them, but they don't really like join you in the world or join in any fights or can affect your game in any way.
I
They're
see.
they're almost like they feel like NPCs that are just doing things, and it adds so much life to the game. You can
Neat.
turn that feature off too. You can like make it so that they're not, but it's something about going to like a guild where you're learning skills and you see several people in there. It feels like an MMO. Like you see people there doing like crafting and whatever, and it just adds a lot of life. And people are running around and whatever, saying hello and all that. So I was like, oh, that's cool. So they I think, could potentially add multiplayer. I'm not sure. I haven't really followed up on it.
It sounds like multiplayer is halfway in the game already anyway, so maybe, yeah.
I mean, again, it's built off of RuneScape, which is essentially an MMO. So
Yeah.
the final thing I want to get into is Monomyth. I don't think anyone's heard of this one.
Nope.
So Monomyth is old school dungeon crawl, the game. I bought it recently. I mean, I buy everything, but I got it recently. And this game is so cool because it's the kind of game where it's like you go up, the door is locked, and you're like, damn, door is locked. And then I just get mad and I just swing at the door with my axe, and all of a sudden I like, wait, there's a hole in the door, and I just keep hitting it, and I can just break through the door. Or I can like, oh, I hear something. I hear something
is
in
that?
Jordan's.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
You're good.
Yeah.
My dad.
Oh, tell him I said what's up.
He was asking me what the Surfshark password is.
Oh, great. It sounds. It's like, oh my god, it's like the videos. Like, quick, leave before you ask us to fix something.
Quick, leave before they ask us to install something.
Oh,
It's a boomer.
No. No, his dad is cool. His dad's cool. Comes to work, and I was like talking. But yeah. So anyway, yeah. Ooh. We need to stretch. So hey,
I do
Corey.
need to stretch. Corey, hello.
Corey.
The best robots.
The
Hey.
best.
Sorry, Mega. I made a
What?
ranking.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I agree.
No, I'm just being a shitter.
The boss lady.
Yeah.
Very late hello. I was taking medicine. Sorry.
Nah, no worries.
No worries. But yeah, just to kind of not to harp on it too much. It's really interesting, but yeah, it's the kind of game that rewards like creativity in ways that you don't really expect. Where a lot of games are like oh, here's the giant arrow over the box that you need to pick up to stack so that you can climb up. No, that this game doesn't have anything like that. You can stack up boxes to like make a makeshift bridge and skip half the dungeon. It's just you doing it. The game doesn't tell you can do it. The game doesn't. It's not part of the game, and you can accidentally hit the boxes and they explode and you can't use them. But it's like it doesn't hold your hand and it just lets you explore and figure things out. You can just do things your own way. It's really cool.
As seen as the critically acclaimed Baldur's Gate 3.
Or
So,
is this our monthly Larian tie-in?
Yeah.
our monthly Larian time, Larian, amazing,
Larian.
Ooh, Larian, amazing company.
Okay. Get it out
Great.
of the system, lads.
Great game. The fact that you can grab all the explosive barrels and blow up the entirety of it in a village is funny. And we'll go on world building in a second. So,
Yeah.
I also burned a door instead of bashing it.
oh, will there be multiplayer? Short answer is no. The game where the chat
That's
message
about
players.
That's about Black Grimoire, by the way.
Black Remark. Okay. Oh,
Oh, damn.
unfortunate. But it's still, it's
Short answer is no. Long answer is no.
The long
I.
answer is maybe, sort of, a little bit. No,
I mean,
Depends on the success, probably.
there's multiplayer in Skyrim. It might not be like the best, but people have said like if there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah.
basically they just said that like the way they have it set up now, it's not too invasive, but like if they wanted to add like true co-op to the game, it would take a huge overhaul of the system that they're not prepared for.
That's fair.
Yeah. Well, if the game's successful and they decide to make something else or whatever in the future,
Or maybe a sequel.
yeah, I mean
Maybe.
it is. I mean, it is basically again RuneScape. So
I'm happy to see that the success of old school RuneScape in particular has caused a bunch of games inspired by it to pop up. Because there's also Brighter Shores coming this month, which is a RuneScape-like game inspired by. Well, it's inspired by RuneScape, but it's made by the original maker of RuneScape, which is interesting.
that's pretty cool. I like it. So I mean that's basically about a month. I mean obviously I've played more stuff. I played Asuka as we talked about. I played whatever, and of course War of Immortals and learning like the new system and all that. So but I think that's good for what we've been up to, and we
Yes.
could take a quick
Oh, yeah.
10-15 minute break, and we'll start on our main topic of world building, which is the meat and potatoes of the whole thing.
Potatoes.
Talk about it from perspective of a DM. Exactly, I had to because ours Caesar and you. I just add cheese.
Ah, yes.
But we'll talk about follow up against world building like we did last month. But this is I want to talk about the implementation, the tools,
Mhm.
also from the player perspective and like backstory, how it's important. The cooperative storytelling that Solzy brought up with the spectaculars is cool. So we'll talk about that for a little bit, and then we'll see where we go from there. So we'll be taking a break, and we'll see you guys in a minute.
Be right back. We're rolling.
All I heard was the one.
Yeah, I think we're probably live. Hi,
Yeah.
we're back.
Yeah.
The
We're
countdown
back,
what didn't go according to Kaikaku, but that's okay.
all according to Keikaku.
Yeah,
So,
my Japanese sucks. I'm sorry.
that's yeah. So,
Keikaku is Japanese for plan.
Oh shit!
Keikaku means plan in Japanese.
Had it
All
just
right.
know.
We're gonna jump into to our main topic is part 2 of world building, and we're gonna be talking on it about how we ourselves as players, DMs or whatever, world build, what tools we use. We're just gonna have an open conversation. I don't just everyone kind of can chime in. If you have something to say, feel free to just hop right in and kind of talk about just in general. We can also give examples. I know last month we talked a bit about, how I set up my world and the Soul Shaper um, ritual, and I linked an article, and I know Soulsy has more to that. Again, a lot of this stuff, once we kind of get an established website, which I want to definitely do it very soon within the next week or so, um, I really do want to kind of put a lot of these articles and things up on there. Another thing that I want to do, and I completely forgot, I should have did this in the beginning, but going forward, um, so be prepared to clip this at some point. But I do want to do another giveaway for games. Just in general, before we kind of come up with what the game is, and I'll put a Blue Sky or a Twitter post later on, as well as the advertisement for when we decide. But we want to do it in a specific way. Um, and then what we want to do is we want to have a little bit of a contest. We want to have a little fun with this. So if anyone who's watching in the future uh, tunes into one of our streams or podcast or kind of goes through the podcast, if they send a clip or essentially they clip something from one of our Tuesday game or our Sunday streams, our podcast, and then we upload that clip. We'll vote with the community, and whichever is the highest voted clip will be the winner. We're going to limit it to one clip per person. Unless we don't get a lot of clips, then we might say two at some point. But I think we should, depending on how many people participate. And I think I might make that more of a regular thing going forward. Like, hey, we're going to give away a copy of, like, I don't know, some book or something, or hey, this movie or this game. Um, and anyone's eligible as long as they're able to clip, because when you clip, it tells you who made the clip, and then you can link it to us. You can check our VODs and actually just record it yourself and send it, and then we'll post it up, and then we'll do some voting, and we'll see what the community decides to do, and then you can of course win yourself a copy of a game or something. So that's basically it. Uh, clip clip our streams for a chance to be put up in a raffle to win giveaways. That's kind of the gist of the whole entire announcement. So, all right, moving past that, let us kind of go into world building in terms of more in depth. So this is a world building episode 2, Electric Boogaloo. Um, so I'm going to start very quickly and say the amount of world building that happens due to the fact that we have talented and amazing people who draw the characters and bring the ideas to life. So Artsy, Corey, Ruby with her, her Hero Forge. We had Falco up there earlier. Like a lot of artists and friends. I know Annika was there in the beginning. So, and there's so many different artists and people that are part of the community that really help with world building. So definitely let us not forget the people that bring our ideas to life, because that is a very important part, in my opinion.
Absolutely,
So,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
uh, that being said, uh, should I roll randomly to see who starts, or we want to talk? Is there a topic that someone wants to bring up that they've been sitting on for a bit about world building, or do we just want to kind of just freehand it? How do we want to do this?
I'd rather ease into it, not because of anything, but mainly I'm currently role building for a game that a couple people here are in, and I don't want to accidentally spoil anything. So it's better if I just chime in rather than bring up a topic also.
I think it's less the spoilers and more of the concepts and how you world build. Because
Yeah, I know. I just want to be careful not to accidentally.
Okay, I can get started if you want.
I'll go for it, Rex.
So how I world build when I do it, first of all, I do it collaboratively with other people. I'm not the DM of the game, but we all help build the world. And how of it is very much I start from a need. Like we are going to a certain place, or we need a certain place to exist. Even we don't even need to go there, and just going from there, like how does that look? Like, is there a particular reason we need that? Like, uh, we need a source of the biggest night order in the world that we know. Like, what does their homeland look like? Like, how did that come to be? Why did that come to be? Just sort of like start working out piece by piece, just based on is this information useful at that moment or not, and in a way that makes sense. So for that night order, it really was like I was making a paladin for the game, so I started building like, okay, I need a paladin order. It can be too close on the current map because I don't want to be easily able to call in reinforcements or anything. So I put them pretty far away. Then I was start thinking, okay, how does this look in practice? Um, I am a big history nerd, so I went to Rome, and I thought like that's cool, but it doesn't really work entirely as is in a medieval fantasy setting. So I mixed in some Renaissance Italy, and I just started drawing a map, like paper and pencil. And my guidelines for that were quite literally, I just wanted to look sort of remotely like a map. And I randomly put cities on there, made some mountains that followed sort of realistic lines, made sure that volcanoes weren't suddenly in the middle of nowhere, that kind of stuff. Made sure that cities had some rough logical location along rivers or on the coasts, or otherwise like in positions that seem defensible. So really just basically copying the way maps look in the real world, because that they made those for a reason. Every
Yeah.
city has good reasons to be in the place where it is. And then you start thinking culturally, like what, like I've ripped off Rome and Italy for this, quite literally. Like, why is that relevant for my character? Like, what does my paladin take from that? Certain foods, maybe because he can cook. Certain traditions, and then that starts informing the content of the night order that I was making, and that in turn informs my paladin. So it really ties back through that again, and then just keep thinking, what do I need, and why do I need it, and how does that look?
Yeah, that's interesting. Now, do you find yourself sitting far too long saying I need this, this, and this, or do you kind of wait until it comes up and then you start thinking about it?
I'll wait until it comes up. If I start thinking about this, I need this, I need this, I need this, and it doesn't happen, then clearly I don't actually need it. So I just move on. And if it comes back in a way, like I suddenly get inspiration, fair, cool, it goes in. But if you start just locking up on a certain idea, then maybe that's not your fault. Maybe it's just the idea that you want to do that doesn't really work at that moment. Maybe later. That's how I go about it anyway.
Yeah,
It's
oh,
it's a
go ahead.
very natural process.
Yeah, I personally found, yeah, like I found myself not really like I'll make a note that something is important and I base it off something or an idea or a video or some sort of influence or a picture. I mean, I've told Soulsy 100 times Like
Mm.
many of the encounters and ideas that I create are just based off like a picture. Maybe I see a really interesting character and I'm like, I like this. I want to use this. So how am I going to create a story around this? Um, but I don't sweat the details until it comes up.
Yeah,
Then I start
yeah.
delving into it. Because if I sweat the details and then I'm like, I'm spending the entire week prepping and building like lore, and then they just like, well, we're gonna take a right turn and not go to that town, and I'm like, oh crap,
Yeah,
you know.
that's why I really like to go for the necessity thing. Because then you take the things you actually want to use and you don't get lost in the history of some obscure battle 100 years before the game that will never come up.
Yeah, I know for ooh, what's that? I know for that's a cool
Oh,
pack.
yeah, that is actually my map. That is the one I drew for that paladin.
Nerd, but
Yeah, I just like I said, pencil on paper, and then I scanned it in and added name tags digitally.
that's awesome. Um, I know for a fact that like our Lancer campaign on Friday that I run, like that the group of like people that are blockading the planet that you guys are on
Hmm?
are basically Romans, like space Romans, mixed with Helldiver Super Earth. So it's just I went with a crazy idea, and then then I'm like, okay, you know what would be cool? They're always in space, so maybe make them similar to like Mass Effect, the Tali, where they have to kind of there's something about them having to be in space. And then like, oh wait, but what about the Expanse and the Belters and they're tall
Yeah, I
and
love those.
gravity? So I just started borrowing ideas and saying, "Hey, this is cool. I'm going to add this, and I'm going to do this." And I really like they're called New Concordians because that's like the name of the capital ship, the New Concordia. So like the main one that this fleet is around. I just like that concept. There's just like the spacebound race that that their people are almost alien in how they look, very lanky and tall and very like alien looking. Um, and this whole society built around getting people on the planet integrated into their like fleet using their superior technology. Like, hey, you don't agree with us, we'll just bombard you from orbit. So um, super fun, and I haven't really embellished too much on it because it hasn't come up, but I have like notes, so it's really good.
Hmm?
So
What
I do
I'm
want. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say what I'm curious about is like because Prax had already mentioned like literally hand drawing his map and just scanning it in, but are there any other like strategies or tools that the two of you use when it comes to world building?
There's one that I've employed that I was basically taught to write scientific papers, but it's for writing in general, called the snowball method. You probably know that one too. Like you start
Mhm.
writing like a short line about what each paragraph should be about, and then for each paragraph you start adding more information around that line until you got everything properly filled up.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I was.
for
I
maps, yeah,
just
you
wanted to
got
answer.
it.
Sorry, I just wanted to answer her real quick. Yeah, the maps, at least the maps that I made, the ones that I shared, which are region maps for my setting, are made in Incarnate. I have battle maps as well, but I don't really know if they factor well into world building, so I didn't share those.
Sorta.
Oh, they absolutely does. I mean the the combat and how it's established and whatever can define world building. I mean,
Mm.
one of my earlier games, a specific group like to utilize tactics because of the map that I used, and that those tactics kind of defined how the country was. And it was like, okay, they like to like do like leap attacks and kind of attack people from height and whatever. So it's like, okay, it's a mountainous race. okay, now this race, because they're mountainous, they're stronger and they're good at climbing. This is the kind of food that they eat. They're hard to invade. Like, so it starts to like build. Again, snowball.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something that I've noticed. The way that I tend to build, at least when I'm doing stuff like this with regions, um, start at one spot, which is usually the player's starting point, and then as the sessions go on and as the story develops, it sort of radiates outward from there. So I'll have I'll use this current campaign as an example actually, because we have this town on the coast, sort of a town. Um, uh, Most of the stuff near the shore is like almost completely abandoned, and then you go further into the town proper, which is the colloquial name for it because of that. Um, and then from there, there is a river that divides the northern part in two. If it shows up here, you'd be able to see it. Um,
Wait,
um, hmm? But the river was important because that was like a choke point for uh, a point of contact between two warring parties, which the party got involved in.
Yeah.
And so that put in, I guess it is a bit off the map in the region map, but uh, I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
That's all good.
But essentially, it just went from that one singular coastal. It was actually not even like a full city. It was just a battle map with some like abandoned looking places on it. There was like an inn, a crypt, uh, not much else.
Sometimes that's all you need to start out.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, my setting started off with one concept. I think I've said this before, but I always like talking about it because it's really interesting. So my setting started off
Oh
with
yeah.
the concept of the vault, like this vault in this mountain that was essentially granting people powers, and the society that formed around it, and then the countries that formed around that society. So for me, I was thinking, okay, the vault, it's in a mountain, obviously dwarves, dwarves for me. Obviously dwarves are mining. Just again, I was at that time uh rock and stone, so deep rock galactic. I was just going with that theme when I was first making this years ago. Um Probably even before that. So and then I'm like, you know what else? I really, really like the fact that many people forget, like the first people that made it to like North America were Vikings. So I'm gonna have it like Vikings and dwarves, or both, or just in general. So I made it this like very Nordic themed culture. Um, and one of the things about the Nordic theme, like again, you have Thor, you have, Odin, you have all these like, again, demigods almost, or gods themselves, some of which walk amongst men, or just, just in revelry and whatnot. So why not like have Thor exist, but he exists because this dude solved the puzzle and got lightning powers. And so it came, pun intended, it sparked from that idea to like, okay, so now they get powers, but is everyone just gonna have lightning powers? That'd be boring. And then I think I saw an advertisement for like the something X-Men, and I'm like, why not make it like X-Men, like mutants? But instead of a genetic thing, it's them actually getting the power. And then so it just started building. So I built this whole nation around it. And then I'm like, okay, but it'd be kind of boring if it was just that. Like maybe let's twist it. Let's make it because some of the villains are going to be the people with these powers. let's twist it to like how samurai in Japan, like one of the things that people mention how they would test their swords on the commoners because they were above in social status and they could get away with it.
Yeah.
So let's like make an exaggerated version of that so that these guys can do whatever they want because obviously people are afraid of them. So they test their powers sometimes on just the common folk, and then they can just get away with it because they are like a social status above nobles. And then what if I go where, oh, it's a democracy, but only the people with these powers can vote. So I mean, I started building upon it. And then once I had an established, like, this is what I want for this, then I started to build around it slowly as players explored and asked questions and did things. And I was like, okay. So, like, one of the biggest cities on this continent was basically built by my Monday group. And them kind of playing and making New Moon City and it making it like a melting pot of different cultures. And so it's really interesting how it's evolved. So yeah.
I had a
So anyway,
blast building that.
that's a lot of fun. So,
That's awesome.
I want to jump in and ask Jordan, who's still here, because I see me and him will often be on the desk, and both of us are world building or just like looking up maps and things. Like, what are some things you do for prepping to get the players ready or to get yourself ready to establish stories? And because I see, I've seen, and you've explained it, but why don't you share with the others?
So my process is I refined it over the years. I've read a lot of actual books and stuff like that on world building and GM prep. I've actually been to like 2 conferences where they had it at conventions I attended to. One of my favorite ones was done by Wolfgang Bauer, who is the current lead publisher and chief and editor for Cold Bold Press. And one of the ones that always stuck out with me was from a book called The Lazy Dungeon Master by Sly Flourish. And it talks about really the world building, as you guys have kind of already described some of the basic ones of not really going, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to create this entire universe and I'm going to spend like 8 hours developing this ancient culture that once existed and is now dead. And starting small and working that way up there, because your players might just go, "Hey, that gnome is a funny hat. Let's follow him and find out what his stuff is." And really, it's about what I like to do is necessity that was mentioned. What is my campaign, and that's what I start off with. And I do what they call the spiral world building, which is I start off and I go, this is what my campaign is about. I establish 6 truths to my campaign. So these are the things that have happened, and I try to make it so that's 1 sentence or possibly 2. Like, what is the overall basic of my campaign? The black moon, the prophecy is arise, and the black moon will come, and the world will die. Basically, is like the main thing. And then my 6 truths will be who's trying to bring this about. Why are they trying to do this? Where are they trying to do this? And then start from there and then do a structure of basically why I like Shadow of the Demon Lord so much is that it goes by 10 levels. And I try to do it so that each level will end on a story beat of where I want my characters to be in that story leading up to them basically trying to stop this from happening with the basic bad. And then building the world up from there of this is what I need for this adventure. And it partially allows my party to help try to build the world. It partially allows me to try to build it. And a lot of stuff where I sit down there and I want to do prep is I will have like a list that I come into my game with. So you're going to waste so much time if you build a town and you do every NPC in that town and every NPC's backstory and what their motivations are. And so I just have a list that I roll on of just these are names of a bunch of people for this area. I try to do there's a couple charts that I've gotten from the back of, population density, and I'll have like, okay, there's like this many gnomes in the town, or this kind of many dwarves, and I'll have lists of names that I'll just roll on. So people like, I want to go talk to the baker of the town. Okay, Jordan rolls 5 dice, and this is the baker, this is their shop name, and this is what race they are. And I kind of build from there on, this is kind of what the players are interacting with. So it's kind of like, I don't even know until the players interact with it and see what they kind of want to do. But I know what they need to do by the end of the session. Because you can never predict what your players are going to do and where they're going to go. And, sometimes my players are going to spend 8 hours looking for who got the vial for the evil gin and why it's killing people. And sometimes they're going to go, oh, it's this dude. And our session's going to be 2 hours because they figured it out from like 2 clues and like interviewing like 6 people. And we're already here. That's 5 hours of prep I can just toss away. But it's all the wonderful world of TTRPGs, and that's really kind of how I do it. I also go by a rule that I learned in librarian school that I know a lot of you guys have touched on here. That I go by: don't reinvent the wheel. Which
absolutely.
is like. A lot of stuff that I take is from other people who've already done it. Other GMs or world building people who've done something in a campaign book that I've read that I went, that's really cool. Or a movie that I have recently watched where I go, that'd be a really awesome fight scene. I'm going to see if I can try to recreate the pilot plane chase from The Mummy in a movie, in a TTRPG. Something along those lines. And it's really fun when my players kind of now guess that it's like a game for like 2 of them who've been playing with me for a long time, where they're like, where did Jordan get this idea from?
What movie was this from? Like, I used to be like, I used to get embarrassed when my players did that. Like, oh shit, I fucked up. But I've learned that they love that. And it's like, oh, this kind of reminds me of such and such. And I'm like, oh yeah, they actually see where the inspiration is. But it's obviously not going to be the same because no story is going to be the same because, the players are not going to follow the entire plot of the movie. They might do stuff. They're different characters. They're obviously different things you can add. But it's really nice to see it because it means, oh, that must mean I'm actually like, oh, they recognize this from a really good movie. That must mean I'm portraying the scene very well.
Not even from a good movie, Pedro. I can give you just a fun little kind of side note if you wouldn't. It's I was running a Deadlands campaign for the longest period of time, as well as a 50 Fathoms game, and these are both Savage World settings. One is the 50 Fathoms one is basically a fantasy world has flooded. And the good force is basically going, I'm going to pull all these people from planet Earth into here. And, oh, by the way, all the pirates got pulled in. And we're going to just do kind of pirates in a fantasy world setting. And then Deadlands is the fantasy cowboy setting set in a not real America, but kind of. Yeah. And I had a gunslinger who I wanted to have kind of this boisterous gunslinger who's just this reoccurring villain, but he's not really the main villain. He's just a dickhead, and they all hate him. And one of their side goals is just to kill this bastard. And I named him after this character from who appears for like 5 minutes in a movie called The Quick and the Dead. That was with Gene Hackman and Russell Crowe. That was done by Sam Raimi in like 1995 about a gunslinger tournament. Leonardo DiCaprio's in it, and he's like 16. And
he's like the son of the guy. I remember.
Yeah. And so this reoccurring character was named after just this side character who appeared randomly and had like a gunfight and like was killed. But we were watching it at my house one night, that movie, because a bunch of people hadn't seen it. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is a really cool movie. And then all of a sudden that character comes on the screen. And there's like 20 people in my house, and they've all been because we just had a big gaming group in Buffalo at the school there, and a lot of people like sat in on my games because like there was nothing going on, and so a lot of people knew about this guy. And that dude appears on the screen, and everyone in that room bursts out laughing because it's like, holy shit, there's the character. And they all got mad because he got killed off in like the next scene, and they're like, what? No.
we sort of touched upon this in like character creation, but it also is also a role that rings very true for world building as well. It's like don't be afraid to take inspiration from like your favorite forms of media and stuff like that, your favorite stories and everything. Like
Yeah,
learn
and
how
I've always
to
been of the.
sorry,
Oh, keep
I was
going.
just gonna say learn how to build upon those things and maybe twist things in different ways because we've all watched a movie or read a book and like thought it's like I wouldn't have done it that way. It's like
Yeah,
I probably would have done things this way, and that's how you can build your world.
right, and that's kind of another thing that I go with there too with that one about no longer being embarrassed about it. But the player characters and you, that's why we kind of got into TTRPGs to begin with, was as we watched these movies, we consumed that media, and we wanted to do those things and have those adventures. And we can't personally do them because there's no orcs and vampires. At least we don't think so. But it's we want to be the pirate. We want to be Brandon Fraser from The Mummy. We want to do those cool things because we thought they were cool, and that's why we love those movies, and we want to do them again in an RPG setting.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what got me into it again because like for TTRPGs and for video games, like I'm an only child, so and I was raised by my grandparents, so they were out of touch with a lot of things, not like in a bad way. They just, they didn't really like the same things I liked, so I had to be creative and I had to create these stories. And then TTRPGs came along, and I was like, wait, I could have people interact with the stories that I like to like recite to myself while I'm taking a shower. Like, holy crap, this is cool. So I absolutely adore that fact. So yeah.
I was drawing upon something, but I was wondering how far I should lean back to explain it, because I I have the setting that I have that at least half this group, more than half this group here knows, is 8+ years in the making, I believe.
Ooh.
So like pretty much all of my creative energy in that time, not all of it, but a lot of it has been funneled into uh, building up this world and sort of setting its themes in place and giving it color and life. Um, I think something that I wanted to mention is that like the most creative thoughts can come out of nowhere, or just like something so strange or stupid that at first you wouldn't think it would be worth using. So to give a really good example, um, I have a substance in my setting called ether, which is like this magically active fuel slash uh, transmutable matter stuff. Um, the concept has been expanded upon and been woven into like the mythology and the history, and like there's so much that came from it. Like basically the industry of an entire continent came from this. And the concept the concept, like calling it that, basically uh came from a pun, because when they originally mined it out, it was called ether ore. And I don't know if you can put that together on your own. Ether ore, either or, uh, perfectly transmutable matter.
I got
Either or.
I enjoy good puns.
I'm sorry, but like I've actually built like a lot of really I don't want to say amazing, because that feels like I'm kind of building myself up too much, but like it's just it is astounding even to me how much depth I can get out of this of a stupid pun.
And I sort of want to like piggyback off of that because you talked about how like you're able to get so much out of one thing. Um, I briefly want to touch on because we've talked a lot about like world building for like campaign settings and stuff like that because of course like this is like a TTRPG space, but as a writer, it's also good to like figure out how you want to world build for yourself and for your stories. And you really don't want to be like me because I never get out of the idea phase. I always have I always have like a bunch of these ideas that I spend so long developing and then just get left on the back burner because I get hit with creative burnout and stuff like that. But but I know how I like to start off my world building is like with a single idea or concept or theme that I want to expand on. And like a lot of these like will stem from like what is my current obsession. Like I have a idea for a comic that I've had for years now that um I essentially built around like the concept of like fire being the source of all life and all magic.
Dark Souls
And because
much?
yep, dark, yeah, very
There
very
you
much Dark Souls.
Hmm.
And I ended up splitting off like the magic system very similar to how Dark Souls does it. Like you have the arcane and then you have the divine. And so I made it to where arcane casters get get their powers from the stars. Like a specific star will choose them and imbue them with power, and that's how they cast their spells. While the divine casters get their power from the fire of the earth, like the actual
go.
warmth of the earth that gives the world its life. And then as I like develop both of these like separate ideas and entities, I really like expanded upon like, well, what how does the divine fire work and how do the people who wield the divine power wield it? And and it really expanded into something even greater. I at first started off with just the idea of fire as like the element, but then I thought about it's like, well, like what about the other elements? Maybe we are only getting a glimpse at a kingdom, and maybe there are other kingdoms that use other elements in different ways, and then that's how I started expanding upon the world.
Okay.
Um, but like the idea I had, but before I get too distracted in this tangent, when you when you when you develop things like that, you always want to make sure you get out of that idea phase. I constantly get stuck in that. So make sure you write your thoughts down and just just notes. I just have a doc that a friend and I share that we've been making a story for like a long time now, and it's just like a bunch of random notes of the things we just actively discuss that we refer back to when we want to add an idea or expand upon an idea or change something. And so make sure you're always getting your thoughts down and
Mhm.
like that is like the best point of advice I think I can give. It's just write. Like even if it's just free form, even if it's just nonsense, get it all down and you will be able to work all of it out in like retrospect.
That's actually such a fantastic piece of advice because that's kind of what I've started doing. Because here's what ends up happening. So I have the party, I have them take a right, take a left. I have something planned for both. They take the right, they never go left. That thing that I planned on the left, well, that thing that I planned on the left side of the dungeon or the left turn of the road, that thing now moved to wherever the hell I want it to move. Now that can pop up again. Now that's something that if they again decide to go off the beaten path, if it makes sense, I can then just drop it into the world because you know what? Let me make a few adjustments to make it so it matches. And I'll drop it into the world and then this is something that they can use. And that doing that has helped so much. So now I spend a lot of time prepping like events, prepping scenarios, fights, and whatnot. And then I know that at any point I can always bring it to another campaign or make a twist on it. Because I know, for example, when I run at the library, I'll test things out. And then I might run it on Monday or Tuesday or vice versa. And I might like switch, but I'll switch it around. But I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do this, and oh, I like this fight. This fight is cool, but what if I changed it instead of the boss doing this? It's gonna do this because the party's been fighting enemies that do this instead. So instead of like, oh, it being like this water monster, why don't I change it to a monster that uses shadow? And then instead of doing
Oh
blunt,
no.
so
Yeah.
so like okay, the fight on Tuesday, maybe I could do that with another party, but it's a different kind of boss and he doesn't do shadow. Maybe he just does whatever the element is or something else. So and that's helped me so much because it's just like now I just have a repertoire of like things that I can put in place and then I refine them to make it even better. And now I'm like, okay, this fight was tough because the marshals struggled. So what I'm gonna do is, and I'm just gonna straight out admit it, like this fight was tough because the Tuesday, because the enemy has high AC, and I remember the players complaining, like, oh man, because I ran something similar, not exact, but similar. Like, man, this enemy just has a too high to hit and he crits at every hit. So why don't I add a mechanic that is pretty obvious that you need to use it to kill him, but at the same time is a way for you to save the party and heal
Mhm.
them and give you a way of healing. So that extends the fight. So it's like a balance. Like if you do good, you don't need to use it and so and I've refined it because I've played it and I've took the feedback of, you know, yeah, they don't like that feeling of just being obliterated, but I can give them a I heal button, which then extends the fight, and they're fresh, and it like extends it, and I don't have to throw in a lot of extra things, so it feels like a really dramatic fight. And when they figure it out, and they actually overcome, because eventually I'm going to roll bad, and they overcome the creature that like is so absurdly powerful that it's like, oh, we win, we want, and it feels like so much better in my opinion. So that's just like an example. I know
Oh, we
Frank.
win! No, phase two. Ha
Yes.
So
Oh, that was fun.
that did
Yeah,
that
it was.
did kind of delve more into encounter design than world building, but that does bring up a good point in that encounters, like designing encounters, can lead to like new things in the world. Uh,
Hmm.
and again, I can give you another example here. Your Halloween session, the boss enemy that I made, because I really wanted a boss that was just all about inflicting terror and fear.
Yeah.
Um, so I stitched that together from a whole bunch of other things in the Pathfinder system, made a somewhat unique enemy. Um, and from there, I thought, well, what are the implications of this thing? Is it important? And of course, I'm the kind of person when I run games where like if it's there, it's gonna be important. Like if you think it's important, it probably will be important, unless it's not important. But that's
Hmm.
not important.
Wait a second.
Wait a minute.
I feel like a big plate.
But is it? Yeah, that's the question. That's the thing I don't like. It's hard for me to it's hard for me to see to the other side of the screen. And I know I said this multiple times before, but I have all the information. The players don't. Sometimes it feels like I don't know what I'm doing. Sometimes it feels like there's nothing ahead. Like I just can't find a path. But
Oh no, he's going back
I've
to
noticed,
D&D.
yeah, I've noticed the party doesn't know that. The party doesn't see that. And so I've been able to sort of lay the foundation going forward. Yeah, exactly. I make a path. Like I make the path, and then the party goes along that path, and however direction
Right.
in whatever direction they choose to go, and defines where that path leads.
I cast lose the path.
The fact that that's a spell in Pathfinder is just hilarious.
I
That's
thought it
why
was in
if your
D&D.
player cast it, you switch to D&D.
Yeah.
Switch to D&D.
No, if you critically fail, you hand them a D&D character sheet.
Yeah, and then on that sheet is a D&D 5e spell, finds the path. That's how you get back.
Don't give
But
me ideas.
I mean, it would be funny for a one shot, not gonna lie.
going off of sort of going off of that, and like I guess sort of like being dynamic, and sort of like what Rain like touched upon is like something that you have that goes unused can be used somewhere else. Another another tip I would like to give, like people who are getting into world building, especially like writers who are starting off and wanting to build a world. Uh, don't be afraid to go back and reuse some old material that you've already made. Don't
Yeah,
be don't be afraid to like look at an old campaign and look at the setting of that campaign, and it's like, huh,
Yeah.
a lot of things didn't work out at the time, but I can totally still take what's there and build it into something new, and like expand upon it and twist it. Like, cuz I've done that several times. And also think about, like, if you have a setting, what's that setting going to look like in 500 years or 1,000 years? How much is going to change? And like, would that also be an interesting setting to set a story in?
Oh yeah.
Mine's a bit of an inverse
The
in that
ideas
case.
I had once for like kind of to deal with this one, several campaigns actually was there was an old school strategy game called Heroes of Might and Magic,
Yes.
and in the expansion of one of those, they had a campaign that was based on the same family, but different events that happened in that family over the course of several generations. And I was like, you know what would be interesting if I ran a series of campaigns basically in the same thing where it's the same continent or the same country, but yet it's different events in that country's history that happened over time. And like kind of started off as like a near, I wouldn't want to say a Neolithic, but like a Bronze Age kind of time. And then
Mhm.
like the final campaign would be like neo noir cyberpunk.
nice.
Oh. You could do that with Savage Worlds too. That's the
Yes,
best.
yes, I can. That's the setting system is going to run it in.
Because you can do everything from ancient, like there's like, oh, you get spear and shield, to like, oh, I have a power armor suit and like a mech.
Yeah, like and then like one of the campaigns would be like they're invaded in like the World War II, equivalent of the world.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's cool.
I want to
Yes.
say the way I like foundationally designed my setting is actually kind of like inverse of this. So I started with like the current time, like near the end, or like past a cataclysm, like post cataclysmic event. And then kind of work backwards from there. Like, okay, what happened? How did it get to this point? Like, what all brought that on? And that's kind of one of the things that's been all these years in the making, is sort of figuring out the details of that particular cataclysm.
Okay. Like, I personally don't do it that way because I'm always afraid that I'm going to fall into the trap where I create what the ending is, and then the players or the story goes in a direction, which then is like, wait, there's no way this is going to. How am I going to do this?
Well,
And
okay. I say the end, but I don't mean like I haven't figured out what the end of the world will be like. And even if I have an idea, it's always open to being affected by player decisions. So,
yeah, that's true. Like,
It's
no, like
Nor. The end of the world is Nor.
oh god.
at the
You know it's true.
at the end of the world, we shall all be called Ohioans. So
Please no.
Yes.
What if the
It's
what if the
it's the
final
end of
dungeon was
Soulsy's
just
world.
what if the final dungeon was just Ohio?
A Whistler's last
ruins
Always
of
thoughts
has
Cleveland.
been.
should be of
the
Ohio.
ruins of
Cleveland.
the ruins of Cleveland.
I just
Oh,
imagine you teleporting the party into that and just Runes of Cleveland showing up in like a Elden Ring area title.
thank you, RT. For the
My
Ohio
God, this
one.
city's main export is crippling depression.
Oh, jeez.
And astronauts.
Yes.
You know,
They want to leave.
you just want to leave this planet. You know, you could just go around taking pictures of the city. And to be, it's kind of sad. Some cities you can take pictures and it really feels like apocalyptic. Um,
I think my
I've
hometown feels
always,
like that.
I've always wanted to do something with. So Jordan, you know the Irondequoit Mall, right? So
Yeah.
that's so for in our city we had a mall that I guess in the 90s and early 2000s was fairly popular. It was big, 2 floors, and obviously it's a mall. It's abandoned
It
now.
was it was one of the top malls in America at one period in time.
Yeah. So this thing is huge comparatively to like the malls that are still around. And I know malls struggle now because no one really. That's like you can just order things online. So malls lost a lot of traffic. People still go, but it's just to go. But yeah, this place was huge and now it's completely abandoned. So if you go to the mall now, it feels like a post-apocalyptic, like it feels like that. Like you're stepping into like The Walking Dead or something. And I've always wanted to use that for inspiration for some sort of a campaign. So
Malcolm Ghosts. That's what I'm saying. Malcolm Ghosts.
Now, one of my favorites is there's a guy who he goes and basically does like a video of being in the Dead Mall people, but his one is that he gets like a big sound system and will play it so it's like creepy music playing in the Dead Mall, and it's always
Oh,
like
I
everyone
hate
wants to
that.
like
I hate
change the
that.
world or something like that. So it's just this mall with like plants growing and where like the fountains used to be, and just you hear like this creepy upbeat 80s music playing from somewhere in the heart of the darkness of the mall.
Oh my god.
That's
That
beautiful.
sounds chilling. I hate that. But things have got a lot more freeform than I was expecting them to. But Rain, if you don't mind me doing this, I'd also like to read out Arrow's notes that she like so graciously wrote for us about
yeah,
world building.
Do we have? Let me see if I can find a quick video so we can have her in the background without noise.
Yeah, that sounds
Uh,
like a great idea.
Yeah, but this is the yep. I'm gonna find the link real quick.
Yeah. For those of you watching, these are notes written by Arrow Writes. She is a VTuber, like just starting out. She makes a bunch of TTRPG videos that are very funny, and I enjoy her content. But she was unable to join us for this podcast, so she wrote us some notes on her thoughts for world building.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. So yeah. Give it a second. I gave Artsy a link to one of the videos that pops up as soon as you hit her YouTube page. But yeah, we actually invited her over to the ATH, and she came into chat and was a blast. Gave us an interview. And it was kind of really eye opening because it was like a lot of really interesting questions when we were just starting out, which has really kind of formed how we like, hey, that's right. This is really good questions. What happens if this or that? Um, and then they were just like really just a really nice person. And we love to see their videos and hope to have them participate at one point. I know they're busy, but yeah. Um,
It surprised me how simultaneously professional and also approachable she was. It seems
yes.
like a really rare thing to me.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, I'm good with talking to people and I'm good with like, and I'm like, and I was like caught off guard, not in a bad way. It's like, oh, wow, holy crap. Like, wow, these are really good like questions. This is really cool. And she was also extremely hilarious. So it was really fun. Um, and of course, she
It's a,
jumped in the middle of us being just absolute
oh yeah, we
gremlins.
were playing Minecraft.
Yeah. So,
I mean, that's
but
not
yeah,
really a hard thing to jump into when we're in a voice chat.
we're always gremlins. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
No,
yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, so I'm just going to mainly read her words verbatim. Um, when it comes to world building, I feel like there are a few misconceptions that are worth addressing. So I just want to hit on the points of what those are and give them a more productive spin. Folks who suffer from the world building disease aren't usually experiencing writer's block, nor are they procrastinating by focusing on the wrong things. Instead, that's an instance of someone whose primary motivation for world building is world building, not storytelling. And that's okay. Tolkien made Middle Earth to house the Elvish languages. He made it he to house the Elvish languages he made. It's all right to world build for the sake of it. Treat world building as a supplement to a specific story or as a fun exercise in its own right, based on your own desires. While there is no right way to world build, there are certainly efficient ways to world build, which I believe are a more productive conversation. If you're going to run a classic D&D sandbox, make a town, write some notes on the surrounding area, throw in a couple of points of interest that might catch the party's attention. You don't need to worry about things like the political structure of the country unless that's relevant to the game, since they probably won't ever come up. If you love world building, then feel free to flesh out the entire setting, but don't feel obligated to. If someone asks you a question that you don't have the answer to, it's okay to say, "I'll get back to you on that," and come up with an answer between sessions. While it would be fantastic to have an encyclopedic knowledge of every facet of your world, that's completely unrealistic. Remember, the goal isn't to make a fully developed world. The goal is to convince players that they're in a fully developed world. The latter allows for the usage of smoke and mirrors, which sometimes involves just putting a question on pause for a few minutes to think of an answer. World building can be great fun so long as you're not setting yourself up for unrealistic expectations. It's not something to stress out over. If it's something that you're finding stressful, It's okay to save it for later. Your job is to make a world your players find engaging, but it's up to your players to actually engage with it.
Awesome. Yep, you sent me the thing, and I read that earlier, and I was like, yeah, that's spot on for a lot of it. Um, you know where I think a lot of the struggles happen. A lot of us and a lot of people get into TTRPGs, especially recently with the recent boom of 5e, because let's be real, that's a huge reason why a lot of people got into uh, TTRPGs was when 5e
Yeah.
became popular in Critical Role.
Yeah,
I know that
definitely.
I know there's old grognards that played before and whatever, but what happens is a lot of us are, for example, like video gamers, and when it comes to world building in a video game, it's completely different. You have to have kind of a bit more because you're not there to answer the questions that the players might have. You actually have to kind of set up more. So it feels like there's a lot more work. It's also a testament to good writers and good world building. Like if you played in a game, there's like, man, they have all the answers to the questions that I'm asking. It's probably because, well, you asked it. So they gave you an answer based off of a feeling and they understand the concept of their world. So a lot of people kind of get stuck on, I need to list out the 16 different factions in this one city's woodcutters guild and each of their motivations and each of the families that are involved. And like no, like you don't need to. Just because a video game does, that's because each of the 16 factions are part of like a quest line that each of them give you different gear or something. And it's like, oh, they got a few throwaway line. You don't need to do that in a TTRPG because you can respond, whereas in a game they can't. So, and
Yeah,
of course,
yeah.
it's hyperbolic for the sake of being hyperbolic. But yeah, so I think
And
that's actually one of our hiccups that a lot of new players or just players in general sometimes can have. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, no. I wanted you to finish that thought, but that sort of also falls into something that I certainly adore when it comes to how I run my sessions, and a lot of my sessions tend to be just this anyway. But improv, don't be uh yes, while I agree with what Arrow says, like don't like stress out if you don't have an answer for a question. But but also don't be afraid to like come up with something fun on the spot that answers that question and let that sit as part of the world as well. Like, because that's something I've had a great fun, like deal of fun doing when I was back when I was running things for my players and stuff like that.
Let me pose a question to the panel here. Um, let's talk about improv. Do one of you guys want to talk about a moment? We'll just go around where you had to kind of do a quick improv, either for your character or if you were running as a DM. Does anyone want to start?
I can with
Um,
that one.
Go ahead, John.
I could go with the most recent game of mine. I've actually had to improv. So I talk about like my lists and stuff like that, and that's really how I gear stuff towards improv in that regard. But I had a setting in which it's called Rippers. It's not my own. It's another Savage Worlds
Mhm.
setting in there. That's basically Victorian monster hunting. Think League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, but you're going against the old Universal monsters versus and works of horror like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde and stuff like that. And I was having them hunt a Rakasha that was hunting a platoon that fought in the Bengal Wars. Basically, they committed some war crimes down there, as the British are wont to do, and the Rakasha was hunting them, the old members of this platoon, and they became obsessed with this basically statue that they had found, and we're trying to figure out exactly how it was so perfect and who could have done it, and that had nothing to do with who the main villain was. So I had to basically come up with a character who became an overarching character in the game, to kind of a mystic guy who would basically was like an Eldritch or Lovecraftian style artist who had created a process for this. Who the guy who summoned the Rakasha basically paid off to create this. And so I had to just entirely improv like 2 hours because they were just obsessed with this thing that was going to go nowhere, and I really hadn't written anything for this. And because I figured they just would, follow along one of the process lines that I created. And I ended up creating like 3 characters that became staples of like the next 2 games just because they were obsessed with figuring out where did this statue come from.
That's awesome.
That's amazing. I
Love
know.
that.
Also, by
I
the
know.
way, RC's improv is on screen. Thank you, RC.
Oh, I love that. But for me, I also have a very recent example in that I started DMing again, a game on Sundays. It's a it's a game heavily inspired by the epic musical of the Odyssey. But I remember, well, like I'm going through a pretty hectic time in my life, and uh like a lot of things keep popping up. So after our original session 0, I had to cancel like I think twice. And I know that I didn't want to cancel like 3 times in a row. And so session 1 I had 0 things planned out. All I knew were the characters, their basic backstories, and where they'd be coming from, and uh, and I knew general information of the city that they're going to based off of notes I made. And so that entire first session, which went on quite a bit, it was about a 3-hour session, was completely improv in like character interactions, like very minor RP encounters that popped up, and just like introducing the players to this city and to this world. I had a very fun moment where one of my players is playing a real gremlin of a character that's just a man-eating like mantis person that's trying to spread his brood as far as he can, and so he sees other people more as like snacks instead of like actual people. And so I was having each of them get a letter delivered to them, and he chose to be in a very shady part of town. I was like, okay, so the boy delivering your letter is getting mugged. Like, how do you respond to this? And the player just goes like, oh, I'm going to sneak over to this, and I'm going to murder all the muggers. And it was a fun moment. I feel like I'm not doing it justice because the boy delivering the letter is like 15, and he just watches this monster murder 3 people in front of him very casually.
That poor kid.
Can you
And-
imagine if you're like getting mugged in Gotham City and Batman comes and just beats the living crap out of these people and you're just a child, how traumatizing that would be?
Yes, and that's just sort of like exactly what I was trying to emulate with this moment. But because I had already made this character in this poor traumatized boy, I decided, fuck it, I'm going to keep reusing him. And so he delivered letters to other people in the city, and like
Did
the
traumatic
immediate
events happen to him with each delivery of the letter?
I think
It just keeps
Yes.
happening.
Yes. So here's how it played out. So we were jumping, like I was jumping like very much back and forth in time with each of the characters. And so one of the characters is she's playing a like con artist bard who like masquerades as a fortune teller. And so this is at the very beginning of this boy's day where he gets called into like the city's government building out of nowhere, and then he's like running back out in a hurry. And so the bar just decides, I'm going to fuck with this kid, and immediately it sends him a message, like using sending. It is like it is just like the spirits say halt or suffer the consequences, and it's just so out of nowhere that the boy fucking like eats shit. Like it scares him and he trips and falls flat on his face. And the bard doesn't even really help him. She just steals one of the letters for herself. And he's none the wiser as he continues through his day. And so that's the first thing that happens to him. The mugging is like the second, and then finally at the end of the day, he gets a normal person to talk to and one of the party members, and he just spends like an hour complaining about how hard his day's been.
Understandable.
And this, folks, is how you create a BBEG.
Yep.
or a lovable recurring NPC. Depends on the time.
Yeah, it depends.
Depends how much they get bullied.
But the last party member took care of him and even gave him like a 20 gold tip, which is like a big thing for him, since like this is like sort of like a job he's doing to help his family. And so yeah, it's just I adore improv, um and if you get good enough at it, like some people will never even notice you had nothing planned whatsoever.
Wait a second. You telling me you had nothing planned for that session?
I've already
I
told you
know,
that.
you already told me.
But now I'm caught in 4K. I'm such a terrible DM. I don't do the proper planning.
No. If anything, you're a fantastic DM because you're able to make an entire session out of virtually nothing.
True.
I think even I would struggle to do that.
No, yeah, I remember. The event that like happened prior was like a like wedding anniversary, and I'm just like sitting there as the night is winding down. And I look at my best friend. I'm just like, I'm gonna run my game tomorrow. I have nothing planned, and they look at me. It's like, you have nothing planned. It's like, yeah. They're just like, I couldn't do that.
Well, to be fair, the hardest part is getting started. Like once you have that foundation, and really, in that case, since we were doing theater of the mind, the foundation was simply just uh, local delivery boy gets traumatized.
Apparently.
Local delivery
But like
boys.
you can build an entire session out of a foundation as simple as that.
You build a campaign out of that. He gets so traumatized that he ends up becoming the villain.
Yeah. Or he actually does become Batman.
He just becomes Batman.
Local city is once again held in the grip of fear by the delivery ban.
I should figure out a way for this boy to end up on the party's Odyssey journey.
Like, he comes in, he just beats up someone. He's like, keep the tip, and he just drops like 20 gold coins on the dude.
Just beats him up with this huge parcel. When you unwrap it, it's actually a hammer, but he beat him to death with the parcel.
Don't give her ideas.
I am giving her ideas.
Nah,
this
this
the
will be
beauty.
fun. I'm gonna figure something out. But
This is the beauty of world building. You can take an idea even no matter how ridiculous it is, go like say to yourself, but what if?
But
Yeah,
what
but-
And
if?
then
Sometimes it's just your player asking a random question about an NPC, like, "Hey DM, are they doing this because of this random thing?" And at that point, you as a DM can just go, "Yes, absolutely," and you just write that down.
100%.
all according to plan.
Thank you for the idea. I'm stealing that.
One of my favorite articles that I read was not an article, it was a Reddit post that had like 50 puzzles for your party, like different puzzles, and they were all word puzzles, but none of them had an answer.
So you just
So-
let the party do that thing until you're like, "Yeah, that sounds good enough."
But they're all positioned in a way where it's like, oh, it's vague enough that if the party comes up in the post, it's like if the party comes up with something close to what you think is the answer, then roll with it. That's what the answer is.
I love that.
Yeah,
And
that's
I
awesome.
would just like to highlight that the first real puzzle of my campaign was a locked gate, and the players spent literally like 30 to 40 minutes trying to figure a way over this gate, or like how to get around without being spotted. And sometimes that could be where like like something you did like you didn't plan for like something you thought was going to be like so easy to get over, like it's so easy to deal with, but no, it's like it completely halts your game, and I felt pretty bad. I really wanted to give them an answer to this, but like it's a
Sometimes that's
gate.
just how it be.
Yeah.
What about, was it that one time where the party, I don't know if it was with you guys, but someone couldn't figure out how to open the door? They're doing all these checks, and I never even meant for the door to be locked. So by the time the second person came, they rolled a high enough check. I'm like, yeah, it's a pull door. And it's just like so the person's like spending 10 minutes trying to figure out this door. And like, I'm gonna kick the door, and it's like, well, it doesn't do anything. And then it's like, finally they figured out it's like, oh, you have to pull the door.
I
So-
mean, to be honest,
it
some
was
cases,
Alex, yeah.
This
Yeah.
is surprisingly true to life in some cases.
It was the first session with the it was the NPC who couldn't figure out how to open the door, and then
Yeah.
Alex like pushed the door. It's like, oh
Alex is our designated manual person.
my god, yes. Every time he succeeds, it's because
With
like
Alex
last
in the
session,
library with the revolver.
there was instructions on the inside of the panel how to use the thing. It's great.
I think I may have caused some improv on your ends with the random obsession with the cheese merchant that was being.
That was all improv, yes.
Yeah. The cheese merchant is selling counterfeit cheese. I will get to the bottom of this, and in the end, we end up like breaking up a drugs ring trying to get the guy. We didn't get the guy. We got the drugs ring though.
So beautiful.
We'll get him someday.
So that was our mandatory scheduled tangent that kind of got away from the main topic.
Oh, this is part of the main topic, right?
We're improving the question about improv.
Exactly.
It's looping back in on itself.
Yeah, it's the
I mean,
improv.
I don't know about you guys, but I've been improving this entire time. So
Oh yeah, I don't have a text.
We don't have cue cards.
We don't have a
yeah.
teleprompter.
I don't even have a brain.
Me neither. Never had any.
Giggle
I'm
to
free of
self. Oh
thoughts.
wait, I wasn't supposed to read that.
You know, that explains a lot, Sylvia.
Wow.
Listen, I've told stories of like how airheaded I can be
Solzy is simultaneous the most intelligent person that I've ever met in my life, and also not.
No, I know,
Like-
I know Souls is very intelligent because she still can stand the Gen Alpha speak. That's a sign of intelligence.
That's a sign. That's
So-
true. It's true. She's
so-
definitely
There's still
smarter
brain
than
activity.
So here's just like a stupid thing I'll like point out that that should give you like an idea of like how I can be as a person sometimes. So one time I lost my phone and I couldn't find it anywhere. And I was looking around my house for hours, like actually a very long time. And so then I get the idea. It's like, oh, I'll just call my best friend, and I'll ask them to call it for me. And so I call up my best friend. I was like, hey, could you call my phone? And there's just a long pause for several seconds. And they're like, you mean the phone you're calling me on right now?
Oh my god.
And I was like, it was in my hand the whole time.
Amazing.
I wish I was lying. I wish that was an exaggeration. But no, that is a true story.
Sometimes it's be like that.
Well, I know
And they
sometimes
do.
sometimes I can't find my glasses, but they're on my head because I just put them up. So I'm
Yeah.
like, where are my glasses? So it be like that. Although, come on, it's a phone. You actually had to like dial on your phone.
It legitimately did not register to me because I have my best friend's contact like on speed dial, and so I just pressed like a button really quick. It's like, hey, can you call my phone? I sat there through the looking at the screen, through the pressing the button, through the phone ringing, and talking to them throughout that entire time. I did not realize I had my own phone in my hand.
Shit
I'm trying to-
happens.
I'm trying to think of a situation. I can't think of anything recently that was like even.
I got one. I got one. Like a time when, well, several times when I was forced to improvise with my paladin character. The same one I draw the map for and made a lore for. Often when I did something in character, that was justified with I need to do that because it's part of me being a paladin. And sometimes they ask me, okay, so quote the holy book. So yeah, like tell us where in the book does it say you have to do that? So I went, and this was a play by post game. So I just wrote like a passage from his holy book. Like I still got a word document with several of those passages. It's like boom, there it is.
I love that.
I would love to someday compile like an actual like mythological holy text for like a religion in my own state. That would be a huge undertaking, but
Oh yeah, the Bible is not a small book.
yeah, it's a huge anthology.
Hmm.
The
And it
scripture
keeps
just
growing
Cleveland.
because they keep finding shit.
Please turn to chapter Cleveland 11:1 in the Book of Ohio.
The Book of Ohio.
God damn you.
Blessed be the Rizzlers, for the Rizzlers will inherit the world.
And God said unto the Costco boys,
Like, this is very poor timing, but I actually legitimately have to go because I have errands to run.
Uh,
No,
Okay.
we understand why.
And off into the Ohio sunset she goes.
Oh, god damn it. I was literally about to just say, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna have to end things here for me because I have to go. But then this bullshit happens, and now it looks like I'm just leaving.
No, this is on brand.
Ohio again.
Solzy, may your
Oh,
vibes
sure.
be good and may your aura be full of W's.
They're called dubs, Brax.
Oh shit, I'm
Dubs.
behind. Oh no!
Yeah.
Me when I
What an
get you, Prax. Me when I get you.
Legendary L on my part.
Oh my god.
That is it's real. God
Chad,
damn
yeah,
it.
someone redeemed it, so you can't say anything.
Ah, shit. It's Arcee, of course.
Yes, I had um a wonderful time. Thank you for listening to my rambles, everyone. And I hope to see you all again very soon.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for all your hard work on the podcast, and have a good one.
Bye bye.
Ba-dum.
I want to reiterate, I only have the faintest grasp of what any of this actually means. I'm good at imitating it.
Amazing. I think
Busted.
I'll chime in on improv because I have a short one before we take another break. So I remember playing 7th Sea Second Edition, which is a very interesting system. It's improv the game, because it basically I've explained it. It's like rather than rolling a d20 for successes and fails, you roll a bunch of d10s depending on your skill, and every single d10 is basically I win the d10. So you want to punch someone in the face. If you have a d10, you punch them in the face. You can also make 10s by creating sets. So if you have a 5 and a 5, that's a 10. If you have a 2, a 6, and whatever the math is, another 2, you have another 10. So uh, you basically roll the dice, make sets of 10, and each individual 10 is a success. So they could do almost anything because it's super over the top. So but essentially the whole system is just improving. And even that, I had all this improv and they basically failed a mission and they needed to talk to the person who was like the quest giver, because that person was known for being very upset for people failing. So they're like, oh, we have to talk to this person. And then one of the players, so I had it all planned. This was when I first started DMing. So I had the city, I had the names of the towns, the townsfolk, the streets. I had all this stuff prepped, and they're like, "Wait a minute, aren't one of you like a thing where you can kind of divine where people are and do like you can do magic to find people?" And they're like, "Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna use my magic to find her second in command because her second in command in the actual gameplay was nicer to them." And we're like, we could tell her that we failed and she could be like our representative. Of course, I'm like, where the hell? Their second command, I said, went to a different town. And I'm like, there's no way they're going to know where she went. But then I'm like, wait, they have magic that can. And and they're like, well, I'm going to use a 10 and I'm going to find out where she's at. I'm like, damn it. So I had to create an entire city and an entire arc basically improved because
my
like
God.
I had none of it planned. And it was like it's still to this day one of my favorite memories. And they're like, man, this was really fun. And wow, I didn't think you'd have all this prepared and the whole city. And I'm like, yeah, well, no. To this day, they still don't know that I had none of it prepared. I just kept coming up with stuff randomly. So it's a lot of fun. I won't say the name of the city because it's actually a spoiler. It's actually in my world now. I've pulled
It's
it
not
into my
5
world.
sales, is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh my God. Yeah, I think you mentioned something like that on stream before.
Oh yeah, okay. So then it's not a spoiler. And Lucy is the person that was the one that did.
Yeah, yeah.
There. So
You
yeah,
said she was pre-established before the game, so
yeah. So it was kind of like I've expanded upon the city. So now there's lore because they've explored that city and they have all the different NPCs and the different factions because they've interacted with it. So now this is pre-established lore that I can dump onto another game, and it's kind of like, oh, now they can explore it, but from a Pathfinder perspective, which is really cool. So, but I think it's unless I mean, Mega, you mentioned that you're improving. Um, if we want, we could start with you, give you a little bit of time to think if you want to, or if not, we move on and talk a little bit before we start going to our closing. So we hope to finish by around 4 p.m. Eastern time, maybe a little earlier, depending on how things go. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break, run some ads to get some of the pre-roll and stuff during the podcast out the way. We'll talk some more world building, get some closing, throw some shout outs to some of our partners and friends, and we'll go from there. So, see you guys in a bit.
5.
Well,
5
6,
is right out.
7,
right.
8. Wait.
They
Instructions
didn't hear that,
unclear.
did they?
When are we supposed
They
to
didn't.
stop?
They didn't hear us. They didn't hear that,
I-
did they?
Yes,
They might have.
possible.
They're used to our bullshit. It's fine.
Oh no.
We're told to start counting. So no, she gave us clear instructions. We were just being
Yeah,
jerks. We're just being shitters.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm being a big
I
shit
mean,
again.
it did get us right into things. So go ahead.
So, so for our final section for the last 30 minutes or so, depending on how long it takes, I do want to kind of open it up to anyone that's in chat. If you have questions about like the world building or anything we talked about today or some topic, we'll look over and maybe if we're able to answer it. And I also wanted to kind of talk about some of the things we've been doing. I'll go over like the website again and some of the streams and what we've been doing for the ATH, and then some of our partners that some of the things they are doing as well. So we're going to do a lot of community spotlight. So I guess we could do a little bit of talk about the ATH real quick in terms of what we've been doing. And of course, at any point, feel free to ask a question if regarding world building or something that we talked about. I can stop and we can go into it and ask. But as far as what we're doing, we of course stream every Sunday. We do our Survival Sunday. We're still playing Moria. And then every Tuesday we have our Tuesday campaign, where the players are part of a guild that are essentially hunting monsters, and it's been a blast DMing them. They just finished the story arc for the Bandit King.
And we've whooped his ass.
You basically, yeah, twice actually.
Yeah.
So that was a ton of fun.
Mm-hmm.
It was a lot to do, but it was a nice, complete, full-on story, nice dungeon, multiple fights, lots of exploration. It was really nice to see players kind of interacting and figuring things out. So
tying into the world building and the giving players options and reusing them later. When you started this arc, you gave us basically 5 or 6 flyers of different monsters that we could hunt in various difficulties.
Mhm.
Yeah, do you have all of these prepared up front, or did you just like go, okay, to choose that one, I'm gonna work out that one? What was the play there?
every single one of those had some notes with ideas of where I wanted to go with it. So I will have a note saying, so for example, the Bandit King, I wanted a Bandit King to be tied with shadows. Because I wanted it to be linked to you guys opening the essentially the temple underneath the library.
Mhm.
And tied into the kind of like your shadow power and all that, because it was just like an interesting concept, because that's how he's able to like teleport in and out, is going into the shadows. Then I started to honestly, I was kind of inspired by like Adira and Lily with the Fae thing. So I'm like, you know what? He wants to be called the king, and I was looking up like king enemies, and I had a couple ideas, and there was like the Wild Hunt Monarch was an enemy, but that's like level 20.
Mm.
I'm like, what if I make like a weak version? And then I started going, what if I have a backstory why it's a weak version and go from there? So I had like essentially I have a basis with some notes, and then I build off of it. Then I see what parts people engage with. So in between sessions, I'm like, okay, I want to write some more lore about this, or have some clues about this, or they're not engaging with this or that or whatever.
Mm.
So, but yeah, every single one of them has like, enemy is this, party goes here, this is the twist, fight is meant to be like this is the kind of overall explanation of it. and it's left very vague for me to have a lot of flexibility to move around.
Yeah, and then as after we pick and then as we move along, you fill in the details. You get the maps, you get the other encounters, that kind of stuff.
Correct.
That's pretty cool. And then you gave each of them like an urgency. Like some of them were kind of low priority. One of
Mhm.
them was high priority because it was like a dragon in the area. And then the one we chose was the mystery priority. Do you assign those to, give us a little nudge into the direction you might like using more, or was it just assigned according to what you think the monster would be like?
That's kind of more just random. I rolled, and then just
Ah,
kind of
okay.
like I rolled, and then I'm like, okay, if this is a high priority, why is it a high priority? That helps me um kind of put some urgency in it, because you know I like to let the world run.
Hmm.
I'm inspired by, of course, Stalker, so I let the world just happen. So it's not like, okay, you go back and now you have four more quests that you can do. There might be completely different quests.
Yeah, like the Dragon Quest resolved while we were off because we actively told the other party to go
Yep.
take care of that because that one was urgent.
Yep. So I resolved it in probably a different way than it would have if you gone there,
Yeah.
but I still resolved it in a way. But every quest that I put up, I kind of have like a tie-in for someone or something. Like, for example, obviously the Dragon Quest would have had some interesting tie-ins for Lena as a
Mhm.
tap dragon. The Shadow Quest here was also another one that had some good tie-ins for Lena.
Absolutely.
Well, also with that one enemy that was basically, he mimics people. I that was written as soon as I got RT's backstory. I'm like, okay, this is a good way to do some mind games, because she had just mentioned that she enjoyed the mind games. And I'm like,
When it was not to other people, and you were like,
Because you-
yeah. So
That's
that was
mean.
mean. No, that was exactly what was gonna happen.
yeah, but everybody had a little piece, and obviously, the Hound being thrown in
Yeah.
was kind of like a way to explain the accelerated amount of power this man got, as well as why the Fae was interacting um
Mhm.
with him so much because of the whole time travel thing, which also tied in Alex. So I'm
Yeah.
always trying to build, and it's always based off of what the players are interested in or what they do, and I kind of build around that. And then the things that they don't interact with, I have them just happen. So then they're like, oh, I skipped that, or that happened. Okay. And
Yeah.
then all of a sudden there's more of a sense of like this world is alive. Like, oh, things are going on without me. Then urgency, suddenly everything starts to be immersive, because you're like, should I do this? But if I don't, Rain's gonna have this. And then they start questioning themselves. As soon as that happens, I'm like, in my mind, it's like, I got him. I got them,
Yeah.
and now I got them where I want them. I got them immersed, and now I can just deliver um, an entertaining story and like series of encounters for the party. So
And tying in
yeah,
backstory is always a good idea too, because that's basically the cheat code of grabbing your player by the brain and pushing their nose onto the plot. Like, you're interested now. There's no choice.
it
Grab
does
him
help.
by the brain? You mean like an
Yes.
illithid?
Yeah, basically.
An illithid that may have, say, fused with like a dragon
Oh
and
no, you don't. Still gonna shoot that one.
something I'm gonna mention. I haven't been as good at uh I don't think I've been as good at the whole like having things happen while the party's doing something else situation. Um but I know I not I don't know if I know, but like I've been able to sort of create my own style of immersion, I think. Um because the world that I've created has so many intricacies to it. And they just kind of accumulated over the years, either from ideas that I had, like random ideas, or things that players have done, you know. Um, but essentially, I've created a world that's unique enough that it engages the mind to interact with it. It's like a really complex machine in a way.
Yeah, if you keep a world build going long enough, you get to that point, and then
Y-
it just makes it more fun to keep it going, to add more and more,
But
Yeah.
to get people
I
to
think I do
interact with.
pretty good
Yeah,
with
I
that
enjoyed your
sort
game.
of thing. Thank you.
So, Jordan, I know since you've run and prepped some stuff, do you do anything different? Like, do you have multiple things prepped? Do you kind of come up with it as on the fly? Is it a trade secret that you don't want to spell?
No, what I kind of do is I try to make what I try to do is I try to have a couple papers set up. If they're interacting with multiple NPCs, I try to have the list of the important NPCs. I try to make that no more than like 10. Um, Around, I want to have it between 5 and 10, with names, kind of a brief backstory. Um, I want to have who the main villain is fleshed out and the main final encounter.
Mhm.
And then I want to have what I like, what I've read basically call the secret tips, or basically the bits and pieces that are going to lead them to the main the main bad guy. So you want to kind of, I would try to do it as like a tree rather than having it as like a linear story path, because we all
Ooh.
know, we've all had players, they're not going to follow that path 9
Mhm.
times out of 10. So I want to have it so that there's the essential things. If they hit all the essential things, good. If they don't hit all the essential things, fine. As long as they get to the main end point. And then I want to have the other things with my prep is basically the improv stuff. So the list of names of stuff that I have, the list of businesses or townsfolk, and that I can just randomly look at and be like, uh, pull something off of one of those lists or something like that if they want to go to some place specific that I don't have outlined. I have a few charts set aside for stuff that may be sold in the town. I have a small little reference sheet for, just in case they, roll really well on like a D100, if there's like a special kind of artifact or item that one of the shops sells, and, make it a kind of a more outrageous cost because they're in a town, depending on what it is. Um, Nothing to really kind of sidetrack them, but that's where I kind of want to go. Just, these are the different encounters that they can have. And when I say encounter, I don't mean necessarily like a combat encounter. I mean, like, these are the scenes that they
Yeah.
can have, and these are the NPCs, and this is how they would get to this point. And that's kind of the prep work that I do. I don't want to, going back to, once again, the lazy DM guy, that's kind of where I took a lot of that from. It's by far, in my opinion, the best Dungeon Master's guide that's been published, and I really recommend that to a lot of people. It's I know some people are turned off by it because of the name of it, but it's such a helpful tool in terms of what you should prep and what you
Mhm.
shouldn't prep, and really how to get your prep schedule in a way, particularly if you have a game that's weekly. Because there's that limited amount of time that you have between work, sleep, and anything else you want to do to prep for your game that you're coming up.
I know I feel it because I'm DMing 4 games a week. So it can be, especially if they all hit the same point where they're all in like story bits and they're not like in combat. All of a sudden I got to write 4 story bits. Then it's like, oh
Oh
no,
yeah.
what have I done?
Yeah.
So
And so really breaking it down into points, plot points that I need them to hit, and trying to not, and it's really that combination of improv and not improv, where, of stuff that I have scripted, of what I want them to hit and where I want them to go to it, and having that kind of the base summary, nothing more than a paragraph of who this NPC is, why they're important, and what they're going to do for the party. And then if they really get into it, I can flesh that stuff out. And I always have a piece of, I always have my folder of paper that I have prepared, and my notepad. and my notepad is the other thing that I will write down in, and it will be the important things that the characters think seem important that I could possibly use in a later game, or stuff that they've come up with, or I've had to come up with just so that I can remember it for later on. I have attention deficit disorder, so I'm not going to remember everything. And that's really kind of the stuff that helps me out. And the other thing I will say too, that's very important that I always have too, that a lot of GMs might not think of, but it's a thing that I have to, is I have a list of, right in front of me on the back of my GM screen, my players, a note card that is my player, their real name in real life, their player character's name, and they're basically a paragraph summary of their player character's motivations and what their backstory is. And I try to have that in there so that I have that as a quick reference, because when you engage with a player character and you remember what they've written for their backstories and stuff like that, they find that even more fantastic and fascinating, because now you have allowed them to be creative and you've allowed their creativity to affect your world. And I feel that it creates a great interaction between the GM and the character, and it really fulfills them and what they want to do with the game, because it's cooperative storytelling. You're cooperatively telling a story, and it's allowing them to tell the story through their character and the character's motivations.
Yeah, absolutely. That's like fantastic to hear, because it's very similar to some of the things that I've been learning to do. And a lot of these, I wouldn't say cutting corners, but a lot of the things that I've done is because of the fact that for a while it was like, for a while my issue was that, and I don't know, Jordan, if you were there when I had like 15 people in that room
Yes.
DMing to like a huge group of people. So I'm like basically running two separate games at the same time, type of a thing, trying to keep the attention of everything from like 12-year-olds to like older, 30s,
People who
40s.
act like 12-year-olds.
People act like 12, yeah. Um, Now that's cut down a bit significantly to a normal sized group, which is fantastic, because the other group has taken a break, and I'm looking for DMs, and I don't want to advertise for more people at the moment because it's high level Pathfinder. I don't want a new per layer coming in. I'm like, all right, we'll make a level 12 character and welcome to Pathfinder Second Edition.
Yeah, that's how you get people to never try Pathfinder Second Edition.
Yeah. Um, but then now it's like, okay, so now I have normal sized groups, but now I have multiple normal sized groups. I'm running Monday, Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday. And then the other days I play, which I super enjoy playing because it's like no prep. Maybe a little, just to kind of have an idea, but it's like, I'm just going to show up and interact and watch people like role play, and I can actually play a character and roll dice. And it also lets me steal ideas. So, not naming names or anything, but
Game
yeah.
prep very much consistent of shower thoughts, which are the cheat code to creativity. Like, oh, I can have Lena do this. And next session, I make that your problem.
Yeah.
Like the time you made a cylinder to thwart the Hound of Tindalos.
I can,
That was actually improv. That was something I thought of in the moment. Like, wait,
Yeah.
this thing is weak to linear geometry. No, to curved space. I mean, sorry. I can make objects. I can do this,
yeah,
and I
that was.
ran with it.
I'm like, maybe it wasn't really meant to work like that, but I'm like, you know what? We ball. Let's do it. Kind of like the one time where Dorn, in our Monday campaign, I keep bringing this example over and over, but Dorn in our Monday campaign was like, you said walking down that stairs, it felt like hours, so that way we got a long rest. He goes, yep. And we know we're going to a cultist ritual. Yep. He goes, yep. Well, I have party crashers, and it says I can go to any kind of like festivity or whatever and just be invited in. And I'm like, yep. He goes, I want to party crash this cultist ritual. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I can't argue with the logic. I mean, and so I just let the party basically get invited in, and they were like, "Oh, there's a bunch of changelings." They're like, "Oh, these are the ones that came back. They're changelings," and they walked right up to the main boss, the mini boss or whatever, and yeah, so the boss was a caster, surrounded by a fighter and several other people that do a lot of damage, marshals. That didn't end well for the caster. He died like round 2.
Yeah, that's often the case in Pathfinder.
It was great.
Yeah.
I loved it, and I ran with it, and it was a fantastic moment. But yeah,
We're getting packaged.
God, I love that hydrate emote with the duck. So, but yeah. But yeah, moving back, we did the Tuesday thing. Sunday we have Survival Sunday, so we definitely want to do that.
Moria.
Moria. Now that we understand that we were playing the game incorrectly, and actually you're going to be able to like have equipment. So
Like, we are just built different. We were basically doing a low level gear run, and we were succeeding.
I think
that
guys
should.
are almost done with that game.
I'm not sure because there's a lot of like different colored things that I saw in the sandbox. Like I don't know. We'll see.
The sandbox apparently is kind of weird in the structure. It throws everything progress wise into a random order. So what you have seen is not necessarily that much more threats. Apparently, a problem the game has with the sandbox is that sometimes it generates in a way that you get all of the high level stuff up front. Then you need to travel all the way to the end of the fucking cave to get your beginner gear.
Hmm.
Apparently, it's completely random instead of structured random. Whoops.
Yeah, it's not like I know Valheim when you go random, you always start off in a biome that like with the deer boss and there's usually a forest nearby for the ore and whatever. So
Yeah, it's like it's randomized, but there's still a structure to the order of randomization. Moria doesn't do that. Moria just goes whatever.
at
So
least
going story was definitely the right choice for Survival
yeah,
Sunday.
yeah. I mean, it really just depends because if we had a good roll for random the sandbox, it would have been fine. But yeah, rolling
If
that dice, yeah, it's better to go story. That was a good call. So yeah, we're gonna be playing that probably getting towards the end, maybe not. And then once we finish that, we'll kind of maybe put a vote to the community or a vote to the team what we want to
Mhm.
play next because we have a couple. It's going to be games that we curate that we're not just going to play something random. We're gonna have some curated games that we have said, yeah, this is going to be good for us, but we might have different options. So look forward to that. Definitely when we get a new game, I most likely will have a giveaway for that game as well, on top of our normal giveaway. So, um, but yeah, we're gonna still have that contest. Anyone who's still watching, if you clip something from any of our Tuesday games, and I'll mention that on the Tuesday game and Survival Sunday, um, we'll hand out copies of something, and we'll see about getting some clips and just having some more community engagement because I really enjoy the community we've built. It's small and tight knit, but we have very good people who support us, and we want to support them back. Um, Anything else that we would like to plug or talk about before we start looking about wrapping down and wrapping up and rating somebody?
Mhm.
I don't want to say anything definitive, but I've I've been reconsidering the idea of getting back into streaming, even just as myself, because I kind of put it down for a little bit and then it lost all its momentum. So for a while I just didn't have like the energy and focus to do it. Um, but doing this podcast has kind of motivated me.
Okay.
I don't want to say like I don't want to say that I will start streaming again, but I'm definitely considering it.
It's a non-zero chance that you might
It's
stream,
an
which is nice.
serious.
Which I'm all for it. I definitely will support you, and I'd love to watch it and whatnot. But no, I have no pressure. Anyone uh, who is a part of the team, like I said, I'm always welcome. I want to do some stuff with some of our guests. I know we had Mal last month and Jordan here. They both play the Shadow games, Shadow the Demon Lord, Shadow the Weird Wizard. Be kind of cool to have some sort of a collab stream with all of us. Maybe a one shot.
Mhm.
So, I mean, that
Go
room.
remember, a one shot is never a one shot.
That's true. That is
Well,
always true. In my experience, at least.
if that's the case and it becomes something good, then we can set up a time, especially like if we do it like on a Saturday. Because I can tell the Pathfinder guys are at the point where they're good on story. We can always have them kind of like, oh, we'll play on a weekday or whatever during online or something, and or every other week or whatever. Who knows? There's always things we can do, but I would love to see more like different systems. And I also want to play in a Jordan game because that first one was
Mm.
fun, and it's just like linking up in our schedules. That's the biggest thing.
Mm.
Also
It just
personal health, but
eats up a lot of time, and there's only so many hours in a day.
yeah, we'll just tell Jay that we don't work Saturdays and just play games.
Yeah.
I'm sure
I'm
he'll be
sure
fine.
that'll be okay.
They'll understand.
Yeah. We had Jay. Actually, we had him on a talk, and I actually posted it up on the YouTube. So, I do look forward to having more of my IRL and librarians because I've talked to a couple librarians during our recent staff day, having some of them come on and be guests, and as well as any guests in the community that are watching, if they ever want to come on talk. So we'll definitely see that and try to do some stuff. So, I think I'm good unless anyone else has anything more to add.
Check your DMs.
Not your direct messages. Like actually, like consult with your DM before consuming any of the listed products.
Hmm.
Hey DM, can I have this washing powder? Nah, Lena would never. Though she
Oh,
might
sweet!
turn it into
Affecting many
cheese.
things.
I mean, I gave you a infinite refilling cheese wheel.
Yeah.
Infinity cheese.
It's more accurate that whenever she's not talking, she's probably nibbling on it.
All right, so we definitely need an angry starry sticker for check your DMs. That's
Yeah.
gonna be the next thing. So, all right. So before I think Archie's gonna be handling getting the raid up and running. I definitely want to thank everyone who was here today. Jordan, thanks so much for taking some time to join our little podcast.
No
Spending
problem.
hours with us. Like I said, we talk all the time at work, and it's like, oh man, he needs to come on here and just just share. So, thank you everybody. We appreciate you. We'll check our socials. I'll start posting some more. We'll have some schedules. We'll have a website. We have a lot of things planned. So,
Yes.
all right. So let's head over. We'll just kind of hit them with the world building raid.
Yes.
We'll be raiding someone who I believe is playing 7 Days to Die. So Mega, I was like, you know what? You brought it up. Let's raid someone who's playing the game. So nerd raid. Yeah, it's gonna be nerd raid. So raid
Oh,
messages,
Blackstone
nerd
needs to
raid.
play that. Blackstone needs to play that with us.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we're gonna find some time to get Frax in here on this. All right. See you guys next month.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
For the last one of the year next month.
Yeah.
no way up this thing. All right, that's it. We're busted.
Zooming out of your pocket? Or are you just excited to be here?
Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Hello, hello, hello.